Hello
Hey.
and welcome back to Ion Radio. We are on the air here from the Schaumburg Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center, and Ion Radio is bringing you the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championships here at AdeptiCon. This is part 2, so rounds 3 and 4 of the Last Chance Qualifier. With me today we have the complete Ion Radio team, including myself, John Thomson, Garrett Vance, and Ryan Becker. Adrian Valerie is currently playing in the LCQ. Garrett, how you doing?
I'm doing awesome. Let's get ready for round 3 here. We got a couple of heavy hitters.
We do. So we're going to get into what we have. Looks like we've got another Superstar Destroyer that's going to hit the table. And let's take a look at the list. So we're going to start with Colin's list, and I'm going to let you, Garrett, go over that.
All right, so Colin's list is not the SSD one. Colin here, he's flying Empire. His list name is really great. It's Outbound Flight. Good reference to an awesome book from Legends. He is from Salt Lake City, and he has been playing this fleet for 3 months, and let's get into it. So, this is an, I'm sorry, his nickname is Outbound Flight. The fleet name is King Cog. That is hilarious. All right, so our flagship here is an Onager class testbed, all right? And he's got Ramadi on there, of course, skilled first officer, ordnance experts, vet gunners, orbital bombardment particle cannons, and Raquel title. He's got a Kuat refit with him, Admiral Ozzel officering it. We got boarding troopers, ECMs, Pittix, and external racks. And then another black dice ship, a Gladiator 1 with Demolisher, external racks, and ordnance experts, and skilled first officer. And then a fourth ship, the Gazanti with Comsnet and Darth Vader. That's been present in almost every round, it feels like. And then he's got 4 TIE Fighter squadrons to help with those activations. And that's it for Colin's list. And, you know, it's a pretty standard Kuat, black dice, Onager, heavy hitter with Ramadi. Going over to Don here, he is from Pittsburgh, and he's been playing this fleet for a couple weeks. It is a SSD command prototype, which is the cheaper version. That way he can fit in a big surprise here, an Onager testbed. So on the prototype for the SSD, he's got Ramadi, Emperor Palpatine, my favorite officer on there, Vanto. He's got an expert shield tech, take evasive action, fleet command, boarding troopers, which we love here at Ion Radio, leading shots, quad battery turrets, and the executor title. On the Onager, he has intel officer, vet gunners, projection experts, and also the orbital bombardment particle cannons, and the Raquel title. Both these fleets are at 400 points. They've already decided who is first and second. I want to say that first player is Colin, Don is second player, and they're playing contested outpost. And so they're getting set up right now and putting objectives, not objectives, obstacles out. Ooh, that's a lot of words. Ken, what do you got?
So as Garrett has said, yes, we are getting obstacles out. We're making sure that they have everything placed appropriately.
All right, can we
we're going
flip back
to switch
to the other?
Actually to the main screen here so we can see what is going on.
We're good. Can we flip back to the test bed? Let's see. Boom. All right, so, man, this black dice list for Colin is awesome. What do you think? I mean, we got a Gladiator 1, Kuat refit, and the Onager test bed.
Well, I think we got a couple things going on here. First of all, with Colin's list, we've got Ramadi. And Ramadi's always that good. Let's obstruct your shots and get the extra red die. And from that perspective, you've got a Gazanti and a Gladiator, which theoretically can get in the way of both the Onager and the Kuat. You have Ozzel on the Kuat to reposition him just a little bit, depending on how things are going. You have a little bit of activation padding with the 2 TIE Fighters. Going back to the Onager, skilled first officer, ordnance experts is kind of the key here, along with veteran gunners. So you have some opportunities for re-rolls here, depending on how far you are away from that ignition token. The OBPC cannons, your red beam,
Yep.
you're looking at extended range. So you've got anywhere and along is where you're putting that, the ignition token, and then kind of going from there.
I think we're going to see a lot of equivalent shots here because the SSD is going to reach out across the board. He wants this Kuat and Gladiator to be up close, and both the Onagers are basically identical. We've got both Ramadi, so either, I mean, obstruction is going to help both. So this is going to be a lot of added dice. Both lists have a lot of re-rolls. I mean, this stuff's going to go down fast, in my opinion. Once stuff starts getting shot, we're going to strip command tokens or defense tokens, and then we're going to see points get on the board.
I'm definitely inclined to agree here with you, and I think the big key here is let's take a look at Donald's list. So Don's list, he's got the command prototype. Again, Ramadi. So we're dealing with 2 Ramadi lists. We are looking intentionally to obstruct our shots so that you can get that extra die. With Expert Shield Techs, you're now getting an extra purpose with the redirect tokens. Leading shots, you get that blue die, you chuck it, and off you go to kind of re-roll your dice. Again, you're right. We've got all the re-rolls here. We do have intel on this Onager test bed. So if I take a look back at Colin's list, there is no intel officer. So intel officer on the Onager test bed for Don's sign. Again, veteran gunners, projection experts to help feed things to the SSD. This is going to be a tough matchup for, I think, both players. I do think we are going to see a lot of combat very early on, predominantly because you got an SSD and it's going to be so far out in front, you're going to be able to hit that very easily, even at close range. And actually, speaking of the SSD, here it comes being put out on the board now.
Obviously taking full advantage of that station immediately. Looks like they deploy the obstacles both in a way that neither of them really take advantage of them. So, I mean, that was wise, obviously. And looks like he's got his Gazanti on the board on Colin's side.
There goes the SSD being put onto its stand.
And I think a lot of this is going to come down to just what each person rolls instead of a lot of strategy. Because they're both going to be rolling a lot of dice.
Both fleets, Garrett, are kind of designed around a frontal attack.
Damage output, full
Get
front.
that output, right, exactly. And the more damage you can throw out at your opponent, and the faster you can do it is going to be how this ultimately is going to win the battle.
Yep.
I think you're right. A couple unlucky die rolls, one way or the other, completely will change the setup. Now, another thing that we have as a disadvantage on John's side, or Donald's side, is that you only have 2 ships. Your 2 deployments, and then you're done. When you take a look at what Colin has, you're looking at 4 deployments, and with 2 extra deployments with squadrons. So he can pretty much figure out exactly.
Yep, he's going to line everything up where he needs to be. Set up that kill box.
He's going to set up that kill box and pretty much be poised to take down the SSD. That's going to be my guess in terms of what he's going to wind up doing. Maybe he'll surprise us.
So far, Colin has gotten 2 10-1s in a row, and Don has fared the same almost. I think he's gotten a 9 and a 10.
So actually, let's take this opportunity. Let's talk about tournament points here.
Yeah, where are we at?
So Colin right now is leading LCQ with 20 tournament points. Don is at 19. So last game we had Damon is at 18 points. We have a whole slew of people at 17. When you take a look at the top 10 players, we're at 15 or above. So once we get below that, to get to 10 points, you're going all the way down to 33, and then you start getting into the 9s and whatnot.
Yep.
So
I want to point out, if you go back to the top spot, look at that margin of victory difference between Colin and everyone else. He's 200 points almost ahead of Don as far as tournament points go, and everyone else is sitting at that 400 to 500 level pretty steady.
No, I agree. So Colin clearly is doing remarkably well with his stuff. Now, that is a cool paint job.
I was going to say, that like the lighting bounces off that just perfectly.
It really does. I'm going to want to see that a little bit closer after they're done with their game. But, again, this is one of the neat things you can do with Star Wars Armada. We talk a lot about squadrons getting painted up, and here's an opportunity to see the ships get painted up. And I love it when people put in unique designs that are specific to themselves and have either meaning or they just enjoy what the process of painting. It's another part of the hobby that's not necessarily seen as much as in other games where you have to paint your figures. But in this case, still, a lot of fun to watch and see what people do design-wise.
Oh, yeah, especially when it pops like this. I mean, this is perfect from an overhead view. So we put the Kuat down. He's going at an angle towards that SSD. I'm assuming he's going to try and take that right flank and to avoid taking any shots from the Onager at a devastating range. But back to our other list here, I wanted to take a look at this. I mean, Damon, who was on stream last time with that CAS fleet, it looks like we got Empire, Empire, CIS, Empire.
One
in the
rebel
top
fleet
4
up
right
in
now.
there.
Yeah, Joseph.
And his fleet is an Akbar fleet,
It
sitting
is.
right now in 5th place.
MC80. Yeah, so here we go. We're putting down the... What is that?
That's the Gladiator.
The Gladiator. Oh, see the
At least
paint
it looks
job.
like the Gladiator.
I keep looking down. I'm like, what is that? I'm like,
You
is
know,
that another Gazanti?
I'm
It's a
sitting here
Gladiator.
wondering how much of the paint job is there to distract your opponent. Like, wow, that's really cool. I want to get closer to that. And
Right.
then they, you know.
Just feeding them in.
Interesting placement here. I'm very curious where the onager is going to go.
He's going as far back as possible here. I'm guessing it's going to go behind them asteroids in that little pocket there.
Be able to block the shot, get that extra die from the Ramadi up against the SSD.
And deny as many shots from Don's onager as possible.
No, I would agree with that. And then if I am right, I believe Collins' onager is the Raycal, right?
Yeah, I think they're both Raycals, yeah.
You are correct.
And that's our speed 0.
No. Blinking. Watch for it.
So right now, I think Colin is finished putting all of his stuff out. So we're almost done deploying.
And you know what? While we're at it, let's go over the specifics for contested outpost, because I think that's an important thing to be able to do. So first of all, you have a ability to pick up a couple of victory tokens, which are worth 20 points apiece. So with contested outposts, all obstacles are placed as normal except the station. Second player places a station at the end in the setup area beyond distance 1 of all obstacles and distance 5 of both player edges. So station, again, does not obstruct, does not have the ability to discard damage cards or recover hull points. And then each player will sum the command values of their ships at distance 1, and whoever has the highest gains a victory token.
I do think Don's got the advantage here with where his onager is. So I think he's going to get these points.
I do think, though, that Don's going to have an easy chance picking up the points with just the SSD, because trying to contest that is going to be difficult to do.
I agree.
So getting back here to the action, I believe that first movement here on Collins' side was the Admiral Ozzel 1 move up.
That is correct. Looks like they're setting command dials right now.
I agree. So we are now getting into turn 1 proper. Again, this is table 1. We're actually able to pretty much do all table 1 this stream. Again, we're considering changing tables depending on who's playing, but table 1 has just been a different group each time. The next stream will also again be table 1, because we want to show you the top action, because we think that's going to be a lot of fun to see.
And so far, it's been different players each time, which is great.
This has been an outstanding first day so far. We're looking at 2 groups here already that have been fabulous games, and this is game 3, and it's already shaping up to be a killer battle.
Yep. It's like he's taking pictures of the other guy's fleet too. He likes it so much. All right. Looks like we're kicking it off. First dial up.
So I think we are ready to go, and here we go. First activation is kicking in.
Squad Gladiator. Sending it to the Kuwait.
I think we are prepping up here for boarding troopers, and as Garrett mentioned, that is one of our favorite things to talk about. One of these days we're just going to have some fun and, you know, put our faces on the boarding troopers just for giggles.
Make a custom card. Yeah. I think he must have been prepping to move those TIE fighters in.
Could be. They're all kind of tucked there in the corner, and I think the point there was just to keep them out of range, kind of figure out what he wants to do with them.
Yep. We just spin a pass token.
There we go. Now, because Don is second player,
he's got two tokens.
So he's able to use the first one here, forcing an activation. And this might actually be a key time to actively leverage those pass tokens. Really kind of prevent yourself from moving forward, because with the ISD where it's at, you really can't move the SSD without the ISD shooting at it.
Well, that is a Kuat, so he does have an opportunity to delay it a little bit.
True.
All right, he's revealing another command. Is this the Gazanti now, I believe? Or maybe this is the Gladiator. We'll see what our on-field reporter says here. Checking ranges.
Looks like that might be the Gladiator.
Yep. I'm sure he'll take that Demolisher. 2 reds at the front shot.
We do have the Demolisher title. That's always fun. Demolisher allows you to only do 1 attack during the attack phase. The second one you are allowed to do after you execute a maneuver. So if you can get within range, you might be able to get 1 or 2 hits initially up on the Super Star Destroyer.
Although he's got Palpatine, so there's a cost.
You're going to have to spend that defense token, but you know what? Totally dependent on what your objective is. You're going to have to spend some tokens anyways if you want to take down the SSD. So the real question is when is it worth doing that?
All right, when you're in close range, right?
Well, I mean, in the case of a Demolisher, of course that's what you want to do, because you want to get in, get that extra shot, extra dice, you get the black dice coming in. That's what you really want to do.
Oh, they're doing a tight box formation here. Gladiator and Kuat. Yep, here he is. He's taking the measurements. Ooh, is it good? No, they're still thinking. Let's see here. Contemplation. Now, Don has to go now.
Yeah, he can't not do it.
He's doing the onager.
Yeah, he is activating the onager.
He's taking a token. Wish I knew what it was. And he's going to go ahead and maneuver.
Using Raycal. Moving up, speed 1.
It's a nav command. Taking a nav command, keeping the token.
And now the question is does that ignition token go out? And I think the answer is going to be yes.
Oh, yeah.
There he goes, sitting.
He's going to use them orbitals.
Right out there. And now because of the positioning of the station, although the station here in contested outpost
does not obstruct.
Does not obstruct.
No, I think the only way anybody's getting any Ramadi over here is
get the SSD in the way.
Each other's ships.
Mm-hmm. We've got that up and running. So the next question is, what is Colin going to do? I suspect this game versus one of our last ones is not going to necessarily be as much measurement and as much serious contemplation of exactly what that next move should be.
Yep, he's being very particular though. He's moving the onager. I think he probably took a nav. We're going to get that confirmed.
Well, you also have that really tight ability on the first yaw value.
He's got these ships lined up to where when this SSD moves, he's going to get pop, pop, pop.
Yes, most definitely.
3 activations in a row here.
So on an onager test bed, the normal movement, and it looks like he's looking at moving at speed 2, it's going to be 1 and 1 on each yaw. In fact, actually, on the onager in general, the first 2 movements are always going to be 1, with the final one being a blank. I think he managed to just avoid that debris field.
That is exceptionally gross. Oh, no.
Nope.
Looks like he took 2 damage from the debris field.
Looks like he's going to put him on the left-hand side.
Yep.
So that'll knock out that shield.
Luckily, getting a line of sight on the side of the onager is almost impossible without being at a complete flank.
Yeah, and there goes the
ignition
token. So both with red beams, the orbital bombardment particle cannons being placed out. I'm going to suspect we are looking at potentially going after the SSD on Colin's side.
I wonder if he'll burn that pass token.
I don't know. That's an interesting question. But again, yeah, if you can get the coup out a little bit closer, maybe not. Again, for the people at home, Don is the fleet on the top of your screen, and Colin is the one at the bottom. Both of these players today have managed to accumulate a total of 39 tournament points. And there's the next pass token. So that exhausts all of Don's pass tokens.
That's it.
And now Colin is going to be forced to move the Kuat. Thinking pretty hard on exactly what he wants to do here.
And the command prototype at long range isn't nearly as devastating. It's almost just like an ISD2.
No, I agree. That forward arc on the command prototype.
Yep, just 4 reds.
Yeah. And then if you do get within medium range, it is identical to an ISD2 hitting you.
Yep, looks like we got a nav command on that Kuat, so he's going to try and land exactly where he wants to be.
I think they're just out of range. It's close, that much is for certain. Any movement on that Kuat, and he's going to be within the target.
Within range. I think he's also probably looking at an ignition token he's got out.
Well, it looks to me like he's within range of the ignition token, within the long range bracket anyways.
Yep. Ooh, he's trying to declare token or nav.
He's gonna.
Oh, he's going full in with that Kuat. He's ready to throw some black dice.
Well, I think what we're looking at right here, Garrett, is again, you're not going to force an SSD to be pulled off the stand. So I do wonder, are we going to be moving speed 3? Look at that. We're going to go right in.
Yep.
This is going to be fun. I think this is going to be very fast round 2.
He's going to
lots
go
of dice.
and he's going to fly right around those ships or in between them. Thread that needle.
It almost looks like he's just going to go straight after the Onager.
And hopefully, too.
Yeah. Well, now that's an interesting thought.
Now he's going this way.
So for anyone that's new here with Star Wars Armada, remember that you're able to use the maneuver tool, kind of position it right next to your ship, play with it as much as you want, as long as you're staying within the legal movement guides. As soon as that tool gets plugged into the guides at the front of the ship, you are now forced to move at what you have selected.
Committed, especially in a tournament like this.
Most definitely. Colin's sitting here really debating and weighing his options. I don't think we're quite at the point where the players are have beads of sweat up on their brows, but I suspect we're going to get there pretty fast.
Oh, absolutely.
Add to that you also have...
I'm just ready for the second round to start. I want some dice.
Yeah. I think one thing that we have to keep in mind here, anyone playing on stream, big shout out, is it's an extra thing that you're thinking about as a player.
Pressure. The audience is watching. We're talking about you. People are watching at home.
So while Colin's making his decision here, Garrett, how have you been enjoying the first half day here at Adepticon?
I think it's an incredibly well put together show. Everyone who's organized it has done a good job. Everyone's having a good time. Everyone's really happy. A lot of good sportsmanship going on. Overall, I think this is one of the best cons I've been to in a long time.
And for everyone listening in and on the chat here on YouTube, John is currently manning the chat, so say hello to him via the chat. Ask him questions. He'll relay some of them to us if it's something we can answer, or he might just respond back to you in text.
All right, looks like that Kuat is going to go for that needle thread.
That is definitely looks like a clear-cut opportunity for a double arc.
Wow.
Into the front of the Super Star Destroyer.
I don't think he's got close on that side, though.
That's definitely close there. And on a Kuat, keep in mind, the side's going to be 2 blacks. And the front's going to be 3.
Yep.
Along with the regular assortment of blues and red dice that come into play.
Navigate on the SSD. Navigate on the SSD.
So we're not quite able to get to the Onager, but he is definitely going to go at the Kuat. Question is if he's going to shoot at the side, and I think the answer to that question is probably going to be yes. I think the Gladiator is just out of range.
We determined that when the Gladiator didn't take a shot. All right, time to gather some dice here. Looks like we're taking a front shot from the SSD.
Yeah, here we go. All these dice coming up. Since we're at range, this is going to be 8 dice coming in.
Here we go. Let's take a
So
look at
here
these
we go,
dice.
right into the camera. Whole bunches of dice.
That's a good roll. No accuracy.
A lot of crits, though. So every die is a hit. So that is 9 hits.
Looks like he's not going to modify. He's re-rolling.
And another crit staying. So still 9. I think he
9
was
damage.
fishing for an accuracy
Yep.
here. The players are discussing what their different
Probably gonna
tokens
brace.
are.
Yep, brace.
Brace and a redirect.
Yep. All right. Now the SSD doesn't have XI7, so
No.
That's
So it's
saving
not
a lot
going
of
to be as
brace redirect. Yep, confirm. Brace redirect.
not going to be as devastating as it could be. XI7s would chew through quite a bit here. Now as we get ready here for the second shot, we're going to see what. Well, there won't be a second shot because there's nothing in range.
He
Plotting
took a
out the
squadron token
movement
with
here.
that Vanto. Definitely prepping that boarding troopers on that SSD.
I see this as definitively a ram if he continues at speed 2.
He's trying to decide which way to swing.
No, he's going to be able to at least move the 1, and that will then obstruct, I think, his. No, that's the other Onager shot.
Waiting in bated breath.
Yeah. Don's really thinking this one through. He wants to make sure that any opportunity he has is going to be
All right,
correct.
He's locked in. He's taking that starboard turn.
Well, let's see what happens here. And he's going to turn, definitely overlap the station.
Yep, we'll give him Ramadi dice to that onager.
So his Onager will get Ramadi dice.
And I think
But-
that'll set up that'll keep that Kuwat at a close range on the side arc, keep it on the front, but it'll also keep, I can't tell from here, does it get a double arced? Double arced, SSD's got the Kuwat double arced.
So no ramming just yet.
That's gonna be some damage.
Yes, definitely. But he did manage to get himself out of that, the forward arc.
Yep.
Or the side arc of the Kuwat. So that clearly is limiting potential of 4 or 5 damage.
You're just gonna have a blue and a red.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. I think we're moving into the squadron phase now.
I
Just those
believe
TIE
so.
fighters.
It's just I think that's it. Is it just the 4 TIE fighters that
Yep.
are on the table? Because we're just 2 ships, correct?
He's
Yeah.
gonna move those, and then we're gonna head into round 2. All right.
I'm noticing that those TIE fighters are just being moved off to the side.
Yeah.
But you definitely don't want to just give your opponent 32 points.
They're not something that's slept on either.
Now,
They get their rolls right. They got blue dice, get that damage through.
and here we
Looks like
go
took
into
a
round
victory
2.
token for the SSD. 20 points. All right.
And we've got players taking picture of the game state, players taking picture of their own ships,
Gotta
of
record
the
history
opponent's
here.
ships. This is good stuff.
Take evasive action.
Ooh.
Fleet command activated. And of course, take evasive action is our, you can adjust how many clicks you can do at the end of the tool. All right, we gotta wait. They're setting dials up here for round 2. Getting prepped.
Everyone thinking again clearly, because now with the thing with the Super Star Destroyer is you are effectively running 4 turns in advance.
Yep.
So you have to really think out your strategy before you can make that next move.
Of course, that a defensive retrofit. You gotta fit some engineering in there.
Especially with the ability to take at half points.
All right, here's our first guy. All right, we got an engineering. Is this on the onager or ISD? Boarding trooper braces. There we go.
Ooh.
All right, so the Kuat activated.
Kuat is going first.
Doing boarding troopers. Doing the braces on the SSD.
So worth mentioning, let's talk a little bit about boarding troopers. And with boarding troopers, again, one of our favorite cards, when you reveal a command, you may discard a squadron Nile or token and the card, choose an enemy ship at close range, choose and spend a number of its defense tokens up to your squadron value. So a Kuat only has a squadron value of 2, but
Yep.
you're still knocking 2 down.
Let's go. Either way, I mean, if he forces him to use those redirects, that just shields you can't redirect to later. You've got to get rid of them,
agree.
and it's hard to repair that many shields on an SSD over time. All right, he's
We are making a shot
All right,
here.
here we go. Get that camera up. Kuat front shot.
Wow, look
Wow,
at that.
there we go.
There's some sparkly dice, too. Going to the
This is
side
a front
of
shot to
the...
the side of the SSD. All right, he's doing some adding dice in. Wow, another double and a hit.
This is incredible. More hits than dice, Garrett.
All right, that was the X-Rax he added in.
Yep.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
8, 10, 11.
10. Wow,
That is a heavy hit right off the bat.
crit enabled. And he boarding troop with those defense tokens.
Right.
You might
So
need to blow one of those braces at the airlock here.
we definitely have some thinking here.
He's
No
got-
real changes, we think, offensively.
He's got to decide what to do. That is a Kuat hit. That is what you dream about. That's what you think about. And you know what's left? The Onager and the Gladiator.
Yeah. And that's going to be another heavy hit. And I question if the Kuat does have a longer range shot out the side.
It definitely will have a double arc, a red and a blue.
So he did spend out the brace, so one's gone on the SSD.
Yep, wise. I would have done the same.
Taking 11 hits, I'd rather take 6. You're still getting some damage into the ship itself. As the side on the Superstar Story is going to be 3 shields.
Yep. All right, he's going to take a second shot here, I believe. Mm-hmm. There's 1 shield left on the front of the SSD.
Wow.
Side shot.
Yeah, there's a side shot, not closer to medium, so there's 1 crit.
I don't think he's going to waste Vader to reroll that.
Probably not.
And he spent the Katane for Palpatine to take that shot. And that's gone. But who needs a Katane? What's the worst that can happen? Projector missile line?
Well, you know, that would make a very short day for you.
All right, it's maneuver time. Let's see where he lands here.
Looks like we're going to try and get right alongside the SSD. Now, that would keep and pin the SSD there, but taking an SSD front shot into your side is not...
2 turns in a row.
Yeah.
So he's going to mark the SSD so that he can move. All right, so he's marking that. All right, the Kuat's going to take its maneuver, get closer into that Onager, and that's going to deny that obstructed shot if the Onager wants to shoot at the Kuat. SSD is going to go back on the board. If everybody's watching, this is a good way to move the FSD out the board because you can see a straight line to where the SSD was.
That's actually, you know, you're right, a brilliant usage of
the maneuver tool.
The maneuver tool.
All right, now it's going to be Don's turn to activate. What do you think, SSD or Onager?
I'm thinking at this point, I would say take that SSD shot and try and take out the Kuat if you can.
Yep, it's vulnerable.
That'd be my thought. That is Derek Schultz putting down some stuff here on the table.
Don't want to obstruct too much there. Ooh, I think he's announcing the Onager. All right, what command we got on the Onager just got revealed there? Looks like we got to navigate on the Onager. And he's picking out a target. Now, if he focuses both ships on the Kuat, that'll pretty much guarantee its death. And I think that's probably the play. A lot of decision making here. All right, he's gathering his dice. He's going to take that shot from the Onager. All right, let's go over to our dice pool here. Onager shot. Ignition. 6 damage with an accuracy.
Not bad. We got the accuracy. We've got 1 blank on the black dice, though.
Now remember that Kuat lost its contain.
That is true. That's going to really hurt if you block the brace.
Yep.
It already took the first hit.
Is he going to make any modifications? He does have leading shots. No blue dice
But
to use them.
no blue dice to use
sorry,
it.
we're looking at the Onager. What am I doing? He got vet gunners.
Ah, well, yeah.
If we're looking at, I wouldn't mess with this, with vet gunners. All right, looks like the same roll. 4 or 5 damage, accuracy. All right, looks like he's spinning that brace. All right, bracing it from 5 to 3. On the front of that
Looks like
Kuat.
we're definitely taking something off the front.
All right. This is what I came to see. Ship's just getting swatted out of the air.
And
But even that Kuat
ducking
goes
right
down.
underneath
This
the
is not
SSD.
over. The fact that SSD's shields are already going down, it's going to start taking damage fast.
Well, this is something we've talked about before with the Super Star Destroyer. You're looking in a position where, because your ship is so far forward, you're going to engage the enemy a lot earlier than you may want to.
Yep. Now he's got to move that Onager. Is he going to ram, or did he go to speed 0?
Well, he already moved the Onager, just made it up 1.
All right, here we go. They're still making a decision how they're gonna do this. All right. Comsnet to the Kuat. All right, so he activated the Gazanti, and he comsnetted a engineering token over that Kuat, which he's definitely going to need.
And we're moving again with that Gazanti. A little Gazanti that could.
Did that Onager go to speed 0, Ryan? Can you tell us?
Which one?
Did it go to speed 0? Onager?
No, it moved
No?
at speed 1.
Okay, speed 1.
He ducked it right underneath the
really
Superstar
close.
Destroyer.
Nice. All right, so the Gazanti's gone.
Board.
2 red redirects on the Kuat. All right, so the SSD is activated. It's done boarding troopers. It spent the 2 redirects on that Kuat. And now we're about to see a massive front shot.
I want to see how this comes up.
He's trying to decide. Let's get this dice pool gathered.
It's going to be a hefty amount of dice, that's for sure. Now here we go. I think we're thinking. We're pulling dice out of the tray. So let's get to the tray and see what we've got that's about to come in as we get new dice picked up. Don's getting a fistful of them. Picking out his red and blue dice.
Now, the Kuat does have some shields left.
Some, but not much.
But if he gets an accuracy, which is a high likelihood here.
And here's our bucket full of dice coming into the tray.
Wow.
Look at that.
We got a double, 5 damage, 3 accuracies. Wow, 4 accuracies.
And a double in there. Yeah, you're pretty much going to eliminate
everything.
everything.
He's doing a reroll. I think he's doing leading shots.
Blank and another hit.
Criticals.
2, 4.
Those are going to land.
6. That was
Another
an evade, I believe. Or was that maybe PDICs?
6 Pidix. I think he's got Pidix on that.
He does on the
So
he does have
6 damage,
Pidix.
2 accuracies to use. Block both those redirects. He's taking it with a critical. Yep, face up. What's it going to be? Yep, sounds like the thruster
Malfunction.
Thruster malfunctions, and that reduces your yaw value by 1.
Oof.
Or when you change your speed by 1, you get a damage, I think. All right, wow.
So thrust control malfunction, yaw value for the last adjustable joint on your current speed is reduced by 1.
Yep. All right, let's check second shots. I wonder if he has a double arc from that right primary arc of the SSD. Looks like they're checking it right now. I mean, we're talking barely. It would have to be just skimming the cardboard. Almost a judge call. Looks so close from up here. All right, they're getting the laser out. What's our shield situation on that Kuat, Ryan? We're going to have somebody check that.
Looking at some other shots, I think that Gladiator is just out of range.
Yeah, nothing's changed from last round. If it is in range, something got bumped. Looks like we got 1 shield left on the Kuat. Unknown on the back, probably 0 as well.
Either case, that Kuat is taking a lot of damage.
It is.
But
They
when
put
you're
a lot
right
of
in front of,
damage out.
I mean, it did. That one shot, 11 hits with the Kuat. That was pretty impressive.
It
Garrett.
opened up that side of the SSD for that Onager and Gladiator to really hit hard.
Now, one of the things that I'm curious, and one of the things I always enjoy about with the SSD is how, when you're moving it, you're always moving it from the rear, which causes those really long turns. And I think no matter how he's cutting it, he's going to be ramming some ships.
Now let's remember, I think John just pointed out to us here, you know, that Kuat, he's first player, so if he survives this, he can run around
That's true.
and escape.
And
save those points.
not only that, still have a real hefty hit. It'll only be out the side, but then I think he's got a shot at the Onager as well.
Yep. And as the game comes to a close, you know, 2 or 3 dice makes a lot of a difference. Yep.
You know, any crit
Yeah.
that
Oh, yeah.
the Superstar Destroyer takes.
Yeah. Well, the crit that's on the Kuat is also a problem because he's got that speed crit. So he's got to stay at that speed, I think, to avoid damage. Yaw value? Yaw value is what it does. Makes it less maneuverable.
Still really kind of considering what the opportunities and options are in terms of being able to move. And in case your folks are seeing some cards are being dropped off here, that's Derek Schultz, also known as Krajniak, stopping by, dropping off cards. He's part of the event staff here at AdeptiCon. He's done an outstanding job getting Armada set up. So thank you to Derek Schultz.
Absolute champion of the community. All right. We're looking here. Oh, we're
And I
adjusting
think,
speed.
are we, yeah, we're,
Change the speed of the SSD.
all right, we're now going to effectively try and figure out exactly what is and is not going to get hit here.
Looks like he's going to try and do the jank maneuver where you ram and then fall back to the crooked part of the maneuver tool on a large base.
That is an interesting question now. But I think because of the size of the SSD, he's just going to sit right where he's at. They're making a decision here. I wonder if we can get a slightly better angle on what they're doing here.
There we go.
As they're making a determination on what ship is actually going to get rammed. So pick up, we're going to take a look. Or maybe it makes it.
Ram. All right, so the maneuver, so he's going speed 2, all right? So what he's done here is he's rammed the Kuat, and it sends him back 1, and so he's overlapped the tool to land where he's at.
Bonk bonk on the head of the Superstar Destroyer and the Kuat.
And that puts him in range of that Gladiator and Onager. That ignition token's right underneath it. How many shields are on that left-hand side of the SSD?
Left or right?
Left. Just 1 shield. All right. So that Gladiator Onager's got a great opportunity here to put some real damage into the hull.
And we've got Colin here making some decisions on what he wants to activate next.
Yep, he's going with Demolisher.
Yeah, and I think Demo's going to have an opportunity to make an initial shot, make its move, and then probably get within close range to get those black dice in.
Did he reveal a nav command? I believe he did. Oh, here goes our first shot. Dice time. Oh.
I think this is one of your favorite parts of the game here, Garrett, is every time the dice get rolled, you get excited.
I like to see the damage. I like to see the destruction. All right, looks like we put it. Looks like a hit. Looks like a critical was rolled.
Slight delay here again.
Yep. Derek, you're handing
Derek's
out some
talking to the
fantastic
players.
prizes to the community. Here he goes. Handing it to the players. Getting some sweet ruler sets. All right, here comes our Demolisher. He's going to come in so he can drop off that massive next hit. What's our Demolisher build on this guy? I believe he's got X-Racks and Ordnance Experts.
He does.
Yes.
And, you know, that right there, you get that side shot in.
Let me have
There's your 4 dice, plus 2 with X-Racks, and you can re-roll 2 of them. So the likelihood percentile-wise, you should be able to get 6 hits off the side of the demo. The question is can you get 12? Now, if I'm rolling black dice, that will happen. I'll probably get 4 doubles and 2 singles.
Blank.
Unless I'm playing John, then it'll be 6 blanks.
That's just the way she goes.
No. Or I'll get a hit, and John would want me to, PDIC it, and then it becomes a double. So that's how that works.
The anticipation here is killing me. I want the Demolisher in there. I want it shooting missiles.
Well, Colin here is making sure he's got the right movement put in place because he wants to really maximize his effectiveness of the demo.
SSD. Here we go.
That is a close range shot.
This is
now the only thing that I would be slightly concerned about.
Location for this
I was going to say the exact same thing. You are right in front of that SSD. Can the demo really take out? You get 1 or 2 accuracies out the front of the SSD, and that will become a that'll be a dead
fast.
Gladiator.
With the Onager there too, with a shot.
We have not seen those shoot yet. Neither one is activated. Well, no, the one did.
SSD's gone. I think Onager and SSD both gone.
I think the Onager on Colin's side has not.
Right.
So that's still going to go on.
All
so
right,
here we are
go.
collecting
Here's
dice.
our Gladiator shot.
Let's see what we get with the Gladiator. We're going to start out with our 4 black dice, I believe.
All right, here we go. 4 black base roll.
Okay, we have, whoa, there's 5 hits. We're already above average, and then we know X-Racks is going to come in.
Popping the X-Racks, adding 2.
So 2 black dice being added into the pool.
He's just getting them ready.
And there's 2 more.
And he's got Ordnance Experts.
And we're probably going to see that one become another one.
Right,
so we're already at 2, 4, 6, 7 damage.
Okay, he's choking with Vader.
Choking Vader to re-roll the 3 hits.
He's going for
wow.
these doubles.
2 more doubles that popped up.
And Ordnance Experts.
And there's Ordnance Experts. So 6, 8, 9 damage. So
wow.
I almost called it. Better than 6, not quite 12.
That is a phenomenal demolisher roll.
That is outstanding in terms of dice rolls. You know, you can't argue with a die roll when you do more damage than you have number of dice.
Absolutely. All right, Don's got some serious decisions to make here and how he's going to spend these defense tokens.
So here's a fun question we can throw out to the chat, because I'm just mostly curious. If you are listening in the chat, what are some of your favorite dice rolls? Let us know in the chat here. That way John can kind of get a good chuckle out of it and pass 1 or 2 stories over to us. If there's a break in the action, as much as we would love to respond to every single chat message, we're not going to be able to do that.
All right, he's spending defense tokens now.
Yeah, we're looking at the different defense tokens that he's spending.
Redirect and contain. He's taking 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 6.
We got 8 damage.
Is that 8 or 9? That's a lot of damage.
All right, but he contained the critical.
So
all right.
Tons of damage already on the Superstar Destroyer. We're not quite at halfway, but we're getting pretty close.
It's time for that Onager shot. Round 2, Onager. Con fire, command dial on the Onager. And the shields are gone on that SSD right now where he's shooting. All right, here we go.
Here we go. Here's the next dice. Looks like we're only collecting red dice, though. So we're not quite within close range. Nope, there come the black dice. So we are within, oh yeah, with that token right next to him.
All right, spinning for Palpatine. Here we go.
And here's the die roll. Let's see what we've got. A lot of doubles.
Man, these dice are on
2,
fire.
4, 6, 7 hits on 7 dice. Again, a little bit above. Actually, that would be average. We would expect to see 6 dice.
He's going to con fire in a black.
Another hit.
He's got some choices
Making
to make
some
here.
decisions on what we want to do here. We do have veteran experts, and we do have ordnance experts.
And
There's
Vader.
ordnance.
Ordnance. Well, he might be content here.
Maybe. I mean, can you really complain when you have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 damage?
That's 9 damage again, critical.
Into the side.
Do another
of
contain.
The SSD, I believe.
Looks like he's burning 1 token.
So it looks like he's spending a brace and a redirect.
Yep, brace is gone.
Or just a brace. Just a brace.
All right, we brace it from 9 to 5. That's 5 more damage. I believe we're at 13.
Definitely we're past the halfway point.
Doing a count for us here.
Counting up what we have.
14 damage.
14 damage? That's a lot. And folks, as a reminder, we are still in round 2.
Round 2 and Colin's first player. And that Kuat is right there.
So Onager's going to move, and I think beyond that, everything else is moved. Or I think the Gazanti still needs to go.
The Gazanti, I think, sent a token over to the Kuat, an engineering token. So I think it's gone too. I think all that's left is those TIE fighters.
Yeah, and then the TIE fighters, which, I mean, if it was me, I would just move the TIE fighters further into the corner, keep them away from the battle. They probably should have just stayed in the hangars.
That's respectable. I would throw them right at the ship. Kamikaze, get them in there. All right. Let's get these going. He's putting out his ignition token.
I think we're putting this right on the opposite side here of the SSD.
He's planning on the SSD being gone and then shooting at an honor, in my opinion. Wow.
This is definitely a different game from the first two that we've watched. We've got a lot more banging up with each other in terms of shots and everything else. Here come TIE fighters, actually kind of moving him closer into the battle.
That's what I like to see. He's going to go for that rear, that onager. Damage is damage.
Any little hit is going to be worth doing.
All right, there we go. That's the end of round one. Round two. We're going into round three now.
Here we go into round three, folks. Interesting first third of the game.
Exciting. What do we see dealt there? Like 36 damage?
An obscene amount. That much is for certain. Now, if those TIE fighters do get into play, they're going to drop blue dice for their attacks against the main ships.
It's not super effective, but man, when
you know
you're on
what,
the
though?
other side of them, when I'm flying against them, they roll that hit every time, but when I fly them, I get an accuracy.
Here's one thing to consider, right? If you have 4 TIE fighters, your average statistically rolling blue dice against the ship, you should be able to get 2 hits in.
Yep.
And 2 hits over the course of 3 turns, that's 6. That could potentially cause a swing one way or the other, or knock out just enough shields to have a slight change in the way the game is going.
Especially if we come down like the other 2 games where we're running on 2 hull points.
Completely agree.
All right, they're setting command dials. Here we go.
Going into round 3.
All right.
Quick reminder that we will have a round 4 later on today. This round will go on for probably another hour and 15 minutes left in the round, give or take. Derek Schultz giving out more prizes.
He's handing out, I mean, some of these prizes are classics. These are some prizes from like 2016 he's handing out. That's some cool stuff if you missed out.
We're perfectly okay, though, with players getting prizes here at AdeptiCon.
Well, I'd hope so.
You know, it puts some smiles on all the players' faces, and I think, of course, that is one of the best things that you can do anytime you're looking at a good community such as what we have here at Armada.
All right, he's checking arcs.
All right, so it looks like that Kuat. No, man, we're looking at what we can do with the SSD. So there'll be some flak. I don't know
I
that
think
we're...
that SSD, that Kuat is going to shoot and go.
The
He's gonna
Kuat...
shoot and scoot.
And the Kuat easily has a side shot up against the Superstar Destroyer. I think we're about to get into round 3 proper here. We haven't quite started. We're making decisions on what we're going to activate, what we're not going to activate.
He's trying to decide whether he wants to shoot that SSD or the onager.
Once again, confirming 14 damage on the SSD.
He's taking account of all his shields. Shield failure.
Again, special thanks to Ryan Becker, who is our courtside reporter, bringing us information from the field, and John Thomson, who is currently on chat. And let's not forget Garrett Vance, who's sitting here doing all of our commentary along with me.
I love it. Engineering. All right. Looks like we got a engineering command dial on that Kuat, recovering shields. Spinning a token as well, I think, right?
Try and keep it alive just a little bit longer as we get ready to throw some dice.
That's 3 shields.
Into the side.
Oh, man, here you go. He's checking that. He's checking that black dice.
Now, we are also looking at what we could potentially do into the onager.
Yep. Here we go. He's got 5 shields in the front of that onager.
Well, I don't think that onager has been touched yet, has it?
It hasn't. It's full. Won't be for much longer. There's 4, and everyone keeping count here. There's 4 hull damage on the Kuat right now. And we're taking a side shot at the onager. They're checking, making sure these dots line up. He's gathering dice. This is
Gathering
the
up our
front
dice.
Kuat shot into the side of the onager.
And here we go. What do we've got? That's a lot of dice.
These are some hot rolls.
So there's 2 accuracies already in there. I see some crits, some doubles. What do we have there? That's 2, 4, 6 damage.
2 accuracies, 6 damage. That's rough on this onager.
Now you still have.
Oh, he's gonna choke out Ozzel, I think, with Vader.
There goes Ozzel.
There we go.
There's another damage. 7 damage.
Wow, and I don't. A
No
block
brace.
and redirect.
No redirect. So of course we'll allow the salvo back.
As he did put shields back on the front of that Kuat.
So we do have a crit. Injured crew. This one has come up a couple times.
Five hull damage to the onager. 5 damage to the onager. So and he's got to discard one of his defense tokens.
With injured crew, choose and discard one of your defense tokens, then flip this card face down.
We'll find out what he chooses here. Ryan will let us know. Wow. We still got a side shot to go, Ken.
Yeah, we've only started here, Garrett. I'm sitting here watching the action. I am literally mesmerized by how this game is going.
I knew there'd be a lot of dice, but this is a lot of damage. Every roll has been over 6 damage.
It's been just killer shots. But when you're looking at, this is one of the things that the Imperials do well. Put out damage.
Yep, high damage output.
By the same token, you've got ships that are weathering the storm here.
Okay, he's getting ready for that side shot.
So here I believe is going to be the salvo back for a dual accuracy.
All right.
So no damage. Very accurate shot, though.
Oh. This is the side shot. Side shot?
I believe
so. This is the side shot into the SSD.
Into the SSD, 3 damage. And it's just being redirected.
Only shield damage, but that's got to go.
That it does, but the more, you only have so many shields on the SSD.
It's time for the important part, the scooting part.
And we still already have 14 damage in terms of hull.
Yep.
So another 8 hits directly to the hull of the SSD will definitely change a few things.
The, I don't know, that Gladiator might take care of it. If it survives,
I'm wondering if that's going to happen, yes. So there goes the Kuat. Looks like it's a little bit more safe than it was a turn ago.
Look at that.
Hanging outside. Plenty of room to go, though. It's got lots of maneuverability.
And I think it's got rear shields.
I do believe it does, yes. Stephan has to make his decision here on what he wants to attack with.
All right, looks like.
I think he might go with the onager. We're kind of waiting, finding out.
All right, he has chosen the onager.
Do have the onager coming in.
Engineering command, he'll need that.
Probably going to restore a shield or 2.
Looks like he's moving shields.
And then I would with projection experts, which I believe is on the onager. Yes, he's going to move 2 shields over to the front of the SSD. Which, let's be honest, that is not a bad move, especially with Demo sitting right in front of you. Now, we have exhausted the external racks already on Demolisher. But still, 4 black dice, the way that Colin's been rolling.
All right, we're taking a shot now, it looks like. He's gathering dice. This is our ignition shot.
Looks like we're going to go after Demolisher.
Yep.
And I believe that's going to be obstructed, so he gets the Ramadi die as well.
Yep, he's adding that in.
He's just going to go ahead and add it in early.
Here we go.
Double checking a few things here.
There's an opportunity he can one-tap this on or this Demolisher.
I'm really curious to see how long the demo lasts. Here we go. Dice come in, and we have a couple blanks. We've got 2 doubles, so 2, 4, 5, and 3 blanks.
Yep.
Off of a total of 8 dice.
Is that a double at the bottom there?
That is a double at the bottom.
There it is, over there. 7 damage.
And we're veteran gunning the lot. Whole thing.
Go.
Let's see if we could do better than that. So that is 2 accuracies and 2 damage.
3 damage and 2 accuracies.
Oh, was that a crit there?
I think that's a crit.
Oh, that is a crit.
The light's hitting it just right.
Light is hitting it just right. There are 1 or 2 spots on the board.
That is not the roll he was hoping for.
No. And this is where what you really want is ordnance experts to try and help out a little bit. So let's see what we've got here.
Yeah, he's missing a Vader. He intel'd officered the brace, and he spent it. Okay, so Don intel officered the Gladiator's brace, and he went ahead and spent it to brace that. He's trying to guarantee it lives.
With 1 more hit. Into the Kuat.
Yep, side shot. Side shot in the Kuat.
Well, rear shot into the Kuat. The side from the onager into the rear of the Kuat.
1 damage, I think he got through.
Just the 1. Make some decisions here on how we want to move.
Yep. And Gladiator's going to get a shot off.
Gladiator's going to get a shot off.
He's going to get out of that front arc.
I'd be worried if I was looking at Superstar Destroyer. I do wonder how long Demolisher's going to be around, though. For
well, if he keeps, if the dice treat him right, he can stay alive. He got lucky.
Looks like we're reducing down to speed 1. And landing on the station. We're definitely going to get a second point there for.
And I think that Demolisher might be able to slink past the front arc of that onager, maybe, if it goes fast enough.
Is that that's the ignition token? Moving that around a little bit more.
Yep. And I think we have the Gazanti and the onager left to go. And Demolisher.
The Demolishers, yeah. Well, I don't think the Superstar Destroyer has moved this round yet.
It has not. Yeah, he's going to move that.
So
he's going to shoot and scoot, and then shoot again with his Demolisher, and then.
So I'm sitting here looking at the state of the game. I'm guessing we're going to see the demo move first.
Yep, he's checking.
And then,
arcs.
then we'll see what we have with the onager next.
Yep, he just announced front to front Demolisher.
Front to front or side to front?
I think he said front to front. Yeah, he's gathering reds.
Oh, that's an interesting one. All right, so here we go. And
wow.
that's still
another great roll.
3 hits, 4 hits after
damage.
Ordnance Experts.
All right, so he's taking that damage on the front of that SSD. Let's see if he got shields. How many damage cards is he going to take? Just 1. 1 face down damage to the SSD. That puts him at 15.
That's garbage.
And it looks like he's going to move and then take his Demolisher shot. All right, he's lining up. He's getting ready. Speed 3.
You know, I think one of the things that could happen here, and John and I were just talking a little off camera here, is that let's position Demo in such a way where he can hit the opposing onager with its side.
I think that's exactly what he's going to do. And then he's going to have that Andre clean that SSD up.
really reconsidering where he may or may not go. Here is our move officially, hiding underneath the Superstar Destroyer.
He rammed the SSD.
Nope, another bonk between the two ships.
He's going to stay.
Staying right where he's at, and that's going to hold the Superstar Destroyer right where it's at. I believe that now kicks to 16 damage on the SSD. And then he's going to do the side shot into the Superstar Destroyer. Now that is a brilliant move right there. And there are 3 damage.
He's going to Ord Experts maybe?
Here comes the Ordnance Experts on 2 of them. So he's up to 4. So no
damage.
doubles, but still rolling average, it's not bad.
What you need.
Colin's dice have been pretty good all game.
They really have.
Almost everything's been a hit.
Is it because they're sparkly? Who knows?
It could be that they're sparkling.
All right. All right, he's got some decisions to make here.
Okay, we are activating the Superstar Destroyer now.
Now, did he just take damage to the front of the ship, or did they put cards back down? Repair? What damage? 2 cards onto the SSD? You repaired 2 cards.
Making some decisions here.
I think he's moving some shields. Repairing shields? Okay, never mind. All right, we're getting some on-court reporting here. We're getting shields, not repairing cards.
Shields going up. Definitely trying to protect the Superstar Destroyer here.
Moving shields. All right, we're moving shields from the back of the SSD up to the front. That's your best use of points right now. The back of the ship can't get hit. Focus on the front. All right,
we
so
now
we got
move
3
good.
shields in the front and 3 shields on the side.
I think now we're gearing up to start making those shots out of the Superstar Destroyer. Got a couple things in arc, and clearly what you want to do is try and take out Demolisher. I think that has to be your priority. Dice are being gathered. So let's take a look at what we have.
Boom.
And that's a lot of dice. We've got 2 accuracies, 2, 4, 6, 4, 5. No, that is 6 damage.
He's going to lock these defense tokens down he's got left.
And
because he intel up to that brace last round. He is.
So damage cards going down onto the Demolisher. Demolisher has been destroyed.
Gladiator's gone. That took him down.
And now I think he's looking to see what he can do towards the rear of that Kuat. Looks like we got a long-range shot obstructed. 4.
Oh, on the SSD? Yeah, okay, so the remaining defense tokens on the SSD is we've got 1 green, 1 green, 1 green, 1 red contain, and 1 red redirect.
So here we go with one of the side shots towards the rear of the Kuat. We have
what a roll.
5 damage with crits going into the rear of the Kuat.
That's the best roll he's had.
So shields are definitely going to go down here.
And that had a Ramadi dice, I think.
And there's another crit. Structural damage.
Structural
that
damage.
That is now the 3rd game, 3rd time that we've seen a Imperial Star Destroyer take a structural damage. 6 hull damage on it.
6 on the Kuat. 5 left.
And now we have the auxiliary arc going in to the rear of the Kuat. Let's see what can happen here. And that is 3 damage. And it looks like we're just going to take those 3. That brings it up to 9 hull damage on the Imperial Star Destroyer.
He's got to run.
9.
Well, it's going to be a closer game than
this
I
is.
thought.
I'm inclined to agree with you here, Garrett. I think we are looking at another close game. And I think we're going to see an attempt here to try and maneuver around the corner here.
Well, the Collins Onager, it's got a lot. They can still clean up.
Well, no, I think the two onagers are going to be battling it between each other. I think the ISD and the Superstar Destroyer are going to be the ones that we're going to be wondering
Don's
about.
Onager has got 5 hull damage already.
Look at that thing move around.
And let's not forget, at the end, we still got contested outpost points that are getting added up, too.
Right.
And
And
so
I
far, that's been
think
going
Don
good.
so far has gotten 2 of them.
Yep. And I'll clinch another one this round. Onager double arc. So we got an ignition shot on the SSD and then a double arc from the side on the Onager to the SSD.
And only one ship has been removed from the game so far, and that's the Demolisher. Trying to take a look, seeing what we've got here on.
He's doing a con fire out of the Gazanti. That's what I'm talking
Hey,
about.
why not?
Here
Let's
we
do
go.
Confire, Gazanti.
All right, let's see it.
Why not, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
One.
1. No Confire, just going to take the shield hit. But I think we got a double arc
I
here.
think so. Maybe not. I don't know. We're gonna get confirmation here. Yeah,
Okay,
he's doing
second
it. Here
shot.
It comes.
Here we go. Confire dial being added in at the roll. Another 2 damage
3
points.
damage off 3 blues. Wow.
So that, I think, takes the shields off the front of the Superstar Destroyer, or getting close to it.
And he chose not to spend any of his defense tokens on the SSD, so he's still got that 1 green and 1 red contain and 1 red redirect. All right, he's activating the Onager now.
We're looking at the Onager shots. I think the ignition token is hiding right on the side there.
He does. He'll get that full dice pool.
So count, double checking. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 19 damage.
19 damage on the SSD. That's 3 left. One shield on the left rear auxiliary, and that's where he's shooting.
So here we go,
Here we
another
go,
die
dice
roll.
pool time. Wow.
Look at all that. That is
Slow
ton of
down.
damage. There's the Confire. Ordnance experts that down. Another hit.
10 damage.
8, 10 damage. This has been a game of nothing but dual-digit
Unbelievable.
hits.
This dice must burn his hand when he picks it up.
And I think we are.
Yep. That is going to
There it goes. The SSD has been taken off the board.
So we got Kuat remaining, Gazanti, full health Onager,
Wow.
and Don's Onager is injured.
I'm sitting here from this angle. The all of Collins' fleet. We're going to see if we can get a good picture here. Take a look at the engine glow he has on his ships. All of them have this nice bright orange. This is an outstanding paint job. I like this.
That's, he's using that Ortabana gas, all right?
Clearly, they went to Cloud City before coming here to Adepticon.
That's what I like to see. They're not using that cheap stuff from Fondor.
This is Armada, Garrett. Only top quality stuff here at Worlds.
It's all that shooting and scooting he's doing.
Now, this is something that I'm enjoying watching. You have 2 onagers literally having a gunfight at close range. They've gone from having a gunfight to a knife fight.
Yep. Wow.
And we're now at, it looks to be about medium range.
Put that token
Now
out there.
that we're putting the ignition token at close range, which is always an option with any onager.
All right. I think all we got left is the squadrons.
Did we act? Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're at squadrons, so those get moved, and then we go into round 4.
Yep. And I think that's going to be our last round, personally.
I think you might be right.
Yep, he's going to engage those TIE fighters. No reason not to now.
TIE fighters moving right into the fight. They're looking to get into it, so as soon as they get overlapped, we can do a couple points of damage to that onager in
That's
front.
just a little bit of insurance.
Hey, if every hit is going to matter
Yep.
in this game, I think. Especially with the Kuat kind of sitting there, and it's a little bit worried. So here we go, status phase, things are being refreshed, and we are now going into round 4.
Excellent.
So
All right.
for round 4, we are going to swap myself out with John Thomson to present for the second half of this round. So stay tuned as we make that swap, and then Garrett will continue to be on air.
Awesome. All right, they're doing that swap. All right, we're getting into round 4 here. They're setting command dials now. He's got that one command dial left after his onager. Colin's making some decisions here. He's got to save that Kuat. What do you think, John? You've been sitting over there silently, craving to talk.
Oh, man. Back on stream, I have big shoes to fill because Ken does this very sportcaster-like.
Oh, his voice is beyond professional.
Right? So when Ken and I first met and we started streaming, this was years before Ion Radio, he always talked about how he had a voice for radio, and I think we can add to that he has a sportcaster voice as well.
Yeah. Unbeatable.
Yeah. So this has been an intense match here.
All right, looks like we revealed a engineering command on that Kuat, getting those shields back on the rear and that side.
I think at this point, Colin is probably going to move his Kuat out of the way to keep it safe. That's why he activates this first, because at the way he's been rolling, I'm pretty sure that the onager, his onager, should be able to finish off the other onager straight away. But
Plus the TIE fighters.
yes.
What is the shields on the front of the onager, Ryan? Front of the onager? Shields? 4 shields on the front of the onager.
Looks like they're going to be overlapping some swag that they've gotten into the tournament, so we have to move that out of the way so that they can continue playing the game.
What are those signs? I can't even see them. They're just blank paper.
We will probably be showing, they handed us one to show off, so we'll probably be showing that off after this game.
Fantastic. Look at that turn. All right, that's safe. The Kuat made it.
Well, whoa, that's either just in or just out of range.
That looked like plastic.
So,
All right. Don's onager is revealing his command. Engineering command on Don's onager.
yeah.
He's putting shields on the front, preparing for that onager ignition.
This is some ignition on ignition action here.
He's going to shoot that onager, I guess.
And we're almost to the point that the ignition range doesn't matter because they're basically right in front of each other touching.
All right, here we go. Is this a side shot at the Kuat, maybe?
Oh,
Nope,
yes,
that's
he
the
has to
onager
take
shot.
the ignition
That's
shot
true,
first.
he does. There we go.
That is.
He earned that. Listen, it's been a rough dice pull for this guy.
I've been watching the dice, and as Colin just keeps rolling 10+ dice. Normally, in a match, maybe one round of dice nears 10.
Yes.
But he is consistently, again and again and again, done.
He did 9 in a row on round 2.
Yes.
9 damage in a row. All right, so he looks like he's probably locked down that brace. Yeah, he's definitely actually in the brace.
That's a lot of damage here.
Salvo and back. Salvo on the onager is pretty weak.
Yes, it is, especially the test bed, because I believe that it is a black and red dice.
Yep.
We're just out of black range at this point.
The intel redirect. accuracy, the brace, and intel redirect.
At this point, you pretty much spend all the tokens out.
There's no reason. Spend accuracies. He's got a critical. He can't spend accuracies.
Oof.
Woo. All right, we got a blinded gunner's critical on the onager.
That is a very huge critical.
I don't know. He's sitting pretty, these TIE fighters. Ooh, he's going to take a side shot at this Gazanti.
I mean, if you have a shot at this point, you just take it.
Yep. Let's see here. 2 damage. Scatter.
Scatter, or
Most
you could just
certainly.
evade it and take one.
one.
But there's no reason not to scatter at this point.
Well, Constellation, you might be able to collect another contested outpost victory point.
That is true.
All right, so we got 2 face down damage on Collins Onager. Well, he's going to overlap these ties, and where would you send him? Where are you putting those ties at?
It depends on the shield, but honestly, more than likely, I would put them all into the front.
Yep. Take advantage of that Onager.
And just let, as long as it's alive moving forward, you're going to be moving those TIE fighters along with it, just peppering them down.
And it's only round 4.
I know, right?
If you need the time, you got it.
Round 2 is when combat really, really began. Like,
Yep.
there were some shots on round 1, but round 2 felt like it was like the middle of the game
Round
for
2,
most.
every ship got almost every arc off.
Right. Talking with Ryan off stream between our break, we always say that it's great for the game of Armada whenever we have a super Star Destroyer or the Star Destroyers on the table, because they grab your attention.
It's a people pleaser.
Exactly. And where we're present in the dealer hall and everything like that, we are right next to the dealer hall. So as people are walking down one of the main walkways, they get to walk past the games that are being played, and you know those Super Star Destroyers are grabbing people's attention.
what does
it is such a huge model.
The Super Star Destroyer, the ISE's next to it. It's just iconic.
Yes, it is.
40 years of nostalgia.
So it appears that the Collins Onager has revealed a nav, and he's going to be using it
Yep.
to try to juke out of the way.
There it is. Front to front, ignition.
Here we go.
Not too bad. 6 damage.
Yes, it is.
Gonna modify this. Ooh. Vet gunners?
Vet gutting the whole thing.
Oh. He's trying to end this now. Look at that, 1 damage on the bottom there. 3, 4, 5, 6 damage again.
So
7
it's the
damage.
same thing. And then a Vader choke out to
Yep.
re-roll again. He has Ordnance Expert, so there is no real danger of him choosing to re-roll those black dice to
He's
hunt
gonna-
for the
He's going
the
for
doubles
it.
at this point.
He's going for it.
Oh.
Oh, I'm speechless. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10 damage.
Wow.
10 damage. And a Confire token. 10 damage.
10 damage and an accurate and a blank on the board. That is disgusting.
Oh my gosh. Right in the fuels. 4 shields on the front of the Onager, so take 4 of that, and then 6. Brace redirect. Alright, I'm curious to see what damage gets dealt here. This is going to decide a lot. No shields, those TIE fighters are just It's open season.
It's luck of the draw on the TIE fighters. 50% chance to get hits on this.
I think he's going to try and ram it too.
Yeah. If he, depending on how he maneuvers, he might be able to juke out of the onager shot.
Yep.
But if he does that, more than likely he will be double arced by the other onager.
Yeah, he's doing it right here. I think that shield dial is going to overlap.
It's going to be very close.
Is that going to fit? They're debating it right now.
I think we're able to place down. Wow.
That is an onager. Ramming another onager there, James.
It looks like
wow.
They're both still in special arcs, so.
Yep.
And then we're going to go with the...
Gazanti. Gazanti saved the day.
As I like to describe them, war Gazantis. Right now we're having the TIE fighters bombing. And it looks like they came up with the 50% blank so far.
Was that a crit? Yeah. Here we go. Here's another one.
Third TIE fighter and accuracy.
Yeah,
this is what happens every time I've used TIE fighters, and I'm just like, maybe I can get some damage.
Oh, here's another one.
Oh,
another one. Listen, after that first roll, you know, he doesn't need these.
As frustrating as that is, he's been getting 9 damage at a time, so I think we have to...
He just did 10.
The dice giveth and the dice taketh away.
Oh, man.
Okay.
All right. 80. Yeah, so far, if anybody's keeping track here, Don still, he has lost the SD, but he's got 80 points in contested out points, and he destroyed the Demolisher. So that's nothing to sneeze at.
Yes, so we are now moving into round 5.
Yep, top of round 5.
Top of round 5's dial set. So at this point, the question is, can Collins onager do enough damage to take out the other onager, and then we pretty much
I'm going to say 100% yes.
With the way he's been rolling, it's been hyper aggressive, and then that onager should be able to land on that station.
Yep.
And collect it for the last round.
Here
if
we
he
go.
Doesn't kill it, the onager gets away.
Oh, wow. There she goes.
I think they're just counting up damage to see if he needs to do any re-rolling.
Lock down any defense tokens that are left. Yep.
They're discussing it and seeing if...
Oh, he's modifying.
Yeah. Picking up.
Oh, he's vet gunnering it?
He's vet gunnering. Not enough damage.
Oh. It came back to bite him.
Again.
Choking time. There's another one to choke.
There's so many officers and commanders have been tossed out airlocks by Darth Vader today.
He wants this victory.
I believe we've had every single round so far Darth Vader just chucking people out.
He has. And he's got ordnance.
Ordnance experts. Oh.
9 damage. With accuracies. Yeah.
So there goes the onager.
He's going to finish it, move it in place, collect that contested outpost victory point.
And then
we'll just collect the score and let everybody know the final results.
Yep. Playing out the rest of the round.
Great sportsmanship by both players.
Yes.
Well fought.
So at this point, it's just moving ships around.
I gotta slip some money to this guy and get these dice.
If he's selling the dice.
Everyone's got a price. Wow.
Wow. That was an intense match.
Man, what's the chat think? What do you got going on over here? Black dice are bad. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so if
Bringing up
Colin's willing
rerolls.
to sell his dice, I will be playing tomorrow, and I kind of need some of that luck.
Man.
So, we'll have them add up scores, and then we'll get to it. We've had 3 crazy games so far in a row.
Yeah. That was a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Someone in chat added up 10 damage, 9 damage, 9 damage, 10 damage, 9 damage.
Wow.
I mean, you can't, it doesn't matter how well you're playing, you can't sustain that kind of hits.
No. So, here we are back
Wow, man.
in the thing. That was intense. So far, we've had a lot of different matches. Which match has been your favorite out of the 3 we've witnessed so far?
I think the first round was actually the most nail-biting because that SSD only had 2 hull left, and it was just down to if Darth Vader was going to roll 3 damage or not, and they were going to table each other. That was pretty exciting. All right, we got the scores in here. Colin scored 420 points. Don scored 155. And that's, I think that, solidly 8 or 9. MOV.
It's going to be 9-2, I believe.
Yep. Wow.
Wow.
So he's going to be sitting at 29.
Yeah, which I
MOV.
believe means that regardless of how other people score, Colin will remain in first place, and we'll probably just keep him on the table again for the next round.
Wow. What about you? What was your favorite match?
I actually have to say it was the first match, too.
Yeah.
Anytime that there's a possibility of mutual tabling, because we were all just looking at it, like, both the Star Destroyer was almost dead, the Arc-10 was almost dead,
Yep.
the Super Star Destroyer was almost dead.
And then he would roll 5 damage, and then he'd roll 1 damage.
Yeah.
It was just, this time it was just it was a bloodbath out here.
I think it really came down to that turn that the TIE Interceptor sacrificially gave itself to 2 Darth Vader attacks
Yep.
to kill.
And lockdown.
And kept Ben from being able to move his fighter.
He lost a round of attacks.
Correct. Which is crazy when you think about how small of a role that is
Yep.
in the grand picture of the game and how it can have such a huge effect.
Yep. Man.
I think it's funny that we both like the same match. So.
I was on the edge of my seat.
Yeah. And then
This time I just felt dirty watching the dice.
right. Yeah, I think Colin did a great job maneuvering in this match.
Yes.
He was able to get into range, dump all the dice out, and then scoot into a place that was beneficial for him.
I still think I would have moved my Demolisher. That one time he rammed the SSD and then took the hit from the front of the SSD. I think I would have moved, shot at the Onager, and tried to get away with it.
Yeah.
Because but he wasn't anticipating, I guess, getting 10 damage again off that Onager shot.
That's what I thought as well. And then as soon as he did the double tap, I think we all were like, ooh. And when he did that move, I'm like, he doesn't expect the Gladiator to live past this.
Right.
So he might as well use it to do as much damage as he can against the
Yes,
Superstar
and
Destroyer.
it paid off.
Yes, it did.
Easily. Yeah, so leaving this round, he's definitely number 1 right now, going into round 4 here. Any other thoughts?
No. It's a mean fleet. Most fleets have one big, what we would call alpha strike for damage. And this fleet has 3 sources of large damage.
Yep. And let's talk about rerolls. He had vet gunners. He had ordnance experts. He had 3 officers to choke out. And he used all of his resources each time to maximize.
Yes, he did.
Man. He didn't even need accuracies. I think he rolled accuracies I think the last 2 accuracies he rolled was the first accuracy he rolled this whole game.
You don't need accuracies if you can roll
10
that much damage in a row.
Man.
If you're able to line up all 3 of them at the same time on a ship, most ships only have 1 brace.
Yep.
So the brace is gone, and then the next round, all that damage will just go straight through.
Yep. Somebody said here, we got Philip. He said the 3 rounds show the 2 sides of Armada, utter carnage or a tactical, thought-out chess match.
Which of the two versions do you prefer? Do you like the chess match or the absolute
I'm
carnage?
a carnage person. I like to slap hardened bulkheads in and just ram straight in.
Yeah, that's how I feel a lot of the time as well.
I'm like, let's get this game over. 1 hour. Let's do it again.
I'm going to ask Ken a question. Ryan's here. Which of the matches so far have been your favorite?
I like the last one.
This one?
Utter carnage.
Ryan says that his favorite match so far has been the one that you just watched, and I'm going to say that's because he was one of the people that helped design the fleet archetype of the Super Star Destroyer and Onager. It's his baby, so he was very happy to see it here.
You know what? I think I like the second one, the one with Patriot Fist, where we had a lot of overly strategic play.
Yeah.
For me, it was fun to watch.
Ken's vote is for the second match, which was the CIS versus the Empire, and it was very much strategic play going into effect there.
I can agree. Awesome.
Are we
Well,
going to go to...
I can swap out.
Yep, Ken's going to swap back in, and I'm going to take care of some business outside of here. So I will be back for match 4, though, in a few minutes.
Yep, and we're gonna see how we're looking here as we head into to round 4.
So I want to sit here and give a special shout out to John for taking over with all the commentary here for me. Give my voice an opportunity to take a little bit of a break because let's be honest, we do a lot of talking, Garrett.
It's it's a lot harder, you think, to fill dead space than you would know. Like, what do I say now? I'm just waiting for him to do something.
Well, and that's where I think part of the fun of what we're doing is we're all friends here. We're all passionate about the game. And we can talk about Armada. We can talk about what's going out on the table. And I think all of this is critically important for how we continue to play the game and pretty much enjoy what we have, right?
Yep.
So these are all, again, overly critical things to the success of any game that we wind up playing. Now, I do want to shout out, we are waiting for specifics on when the next stream will start. I want to say it's probably going to be, actually give me the thing here. We're looking at 2:45 was when this round started, so usually you go 2.5 hours, so 3:15, about 5:15.
Yep.
So my guess is we are going to be back on air a little bit after 5 o'clock or thereabouts. We are going to take a short-term intermission here as we prep for the next game because there are still, looking at the clock, we still have a good half hour before the next round begins. So it might even be a little bit more. I'm going to put down 5 o'clock for now. We'll update that as we go. Any final thoughts we've got, Garrett?
Let's see what chat has to say here. Any plans to try to list yourselves on the channel after the 300-point tournament gets on March Madness?
So what I am going to say is I know that Ryan, Garrett, myself, and John will probably be doing a Command Stack episode or two about AdeptiCon. And we've got a very unique view because we've been here and seeing all these top matches, and there's going to be other matches we're going to want to know about. We'll be talking about different fleets from Last Chance Qualifier and everything else. Now, as you guys know, when we talk about a major tournament on Command Stack, we usually do go into one of our high ground episodes. So it is distinctly possible that you will see me and John playing a handful of these fleets, maybe similar matchups, maybe the same matchups, again here on the channel. Because you never know.
I want to see how that last round would turn out with some not as hot dice. That would have been a lot closer.
I will tell you this. The prior game where we had Patriot Fist run off the table and the Raider stay on, if I was playing the Imperial fleet, the Raider would have gone out.
And the Patriot Fist,
and Patriot Fist would have been fine.
Would have had a whole inch to spare.
So things like that are going to happen. But, yeah, I don't know. Time will tell. We'll let you know. Clearly, John and I are going to want to have a little bit of a break post-AdeptiCon. And I think, Garrett, you're going to want to have a little break as well.
I take no breaks.
So no breaks. So you're going to continue working right from the get-go.
And then we got Robert. He says he's tired of hearing your voice. And listen, Robert, you know you love hearing this sweet, sensual voice of Ken here on the radio, all right? Let's see here.
And a ton of thanks to everyone commenting in chat. I've been loving following along with what you have. I know whoever we have on chat is kind of the silent partner in here, but has been passing notes to us the entire time, whether that's John, whether that's Garrett. I know Garrett and I have been responding back. John has been responding back. It's been a lot of fun interacting with everyone watching the Armada streams here.
Yep.
So I think what we're going to do now is we are going to go to another little break. We're going to be able to get ourselves some water to drink, maybe a cough drop or two.
Maybe some coffee.
Maybe some coffee, because, you know, it's a long day. That much is for certain. So from here, sitting in the convention hall in the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center in Schaumburg, this is the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship here at AdeptiCon. On behalf of the entire stream team, including Garrett Vance, Ryan Becker, John Thomson, Adrian Valerie, Ken Krajniak, saying so long from AdeptiCon, and you've been listening to Ion Radio. Hello and welcome back. Ion Radio is back on the air from the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center here in Schaumburg. We're bringing you round 4 of the last chance qualifier for the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championships. Along with the rest of the crew, John Thomson and Garrett Vance here for round 4. I'm Ken and welcome to our stream. Garrett, looks like you and I are sitting here talking about another wonderful game, and we've got John on chat.
Chat right now, yep. And all right, so this is the last round, top table. We've got 2 players who, we got Colin, who's just on with that amazing damage output he just did. And Damon from the second round from today is back with his Dooku Patriots Fist list. And so they're just getting set up right now.
So the round actually officially will not start for another 5 minutes. So I'm just kind of letting everyone know that. But they are starting to look at what we have in front of them. So why don't we go through their fleets once again and kind of make sure that we know what's going on. So here we go into fleets.
Colin's fleet's imprinted in my memory now after that just nasty damage.
So here we go. Going over Colin's fleets. So Colin has an Onager class test bed with General Ramadi, skilled first officer ordnance experts, veteran gunners, the orbital bombardment particle cannons, and the Raquel title. There's a Kuat refit with Admiral Ozzel, boarding troopers, electronic countermeasures, point defense ion cannons, and external racks. Rounding out the main assault ships is a Gladiator 1 Star Destroyer with skilled first officer, ordnance experts, external racks, and the Demolisher title. Rounding out with a flotilla is the Gazanti-class cruisers containing Darth Vader, who's likely going to be choking some officers out, and the and Comsnet. 4 squadrons. There are 4 generic TIE fighter squadrons. Garrett, why don't you go through Damon's list?
Yeah, let's do a refresher here for Damon. Listen, he was doing that Count Dooku CIS list. He's got that 6-point bid, and he's got that Recusant, Patriot's Fist, and instead of doing the swivels, he did the Link Turbo Laser Towers, X-Racks, and Sensor Team, Rune, Hako, and the Reserve Hangar Decks, which he used to great effect in that game, where he essentially just saved himself 2 vultures to pin down the enemy squadrons. We got the flagship again. Count Dooku's on this Mooney. The Sanalor for that evade, Wat Tambor, medical team, thermal shields, LTTs, and Pittix. And as we saw last time, that was a hard ship to put damage on. Hard class battle refit, hard cell, with LTTs, reserve hangar deck, hard cell with Tykes and Slicer.Tools, and then those 4 generic Vulture droids, again with 2 reserve hangar decks. All right, so our players have went ahead and started to get set up. First player is going to be Damon. And he's going to take that, Colin's going to take second player, and they picked Rift Ambush as the yellow objective. And currently, they're getting set up on the board with the obstacles. Sorry about that, I had to sneeze. And then we got the cameras transitioned over here, and you see that Rift is on the board. And let's go ahead and bring Rift Ambush up and go over this objective. Oh, nice. All right, so this gives a lot of agency to the second player as they place all of the obstacles. The gravity rift and the 2 dust fields are added. This station is taken out of play. And remember, the dust fields block line of sight completely. And then if you land on the gravity rift, you are reduced to speed 0. The gravity rift must be placed on this board beyond distance 5 of both players' edges. After you're both done deploying, the second player chooses one of the enemy ships, and that ship must execute a speed 1 maneuver with a yaw value of null. Then the second player may increase or decrease that ship's speed by 1 to a minimum of speed 0. And so, using this with the Dooku is a good way to stall the movement of ships. And so the special rule with this Objective is once per activation. Oh, my bad. I read my sheet wrong here. Colin is the second player, and so Dooku's playing into his Rift Ambush. Yeah. So anyways, so the special rule is once per activation after a ship executes a maneuver. If it is a distance 1 to 2 of that gravity rift, it must execute an additional speed 1 maneuver with a yaw value of null. If that ship belongs to the second player, it may use its speed 1 yaw value. The grav rift does not have the ability to temporarily reduce that ship's speed during this maneuver. So, if anybody in chat has any questions about the objective, let us know. We'll explain it as it's being done, as the game's going.
So we are sitting here watching Damon put down his first hard sell. And Colin gets to get his next set here. We are going to remove our information bar here just so that everyone can see the deployments done rather well and easily. And we do have some dust fields in here. This is the first time we've seen the dust fields and the gravity rift.
Yep, on the screen today. Those dust fields are putting an interesting spot there out to the side.
I think they're there just to completely get out of the way, and we're going to ignore them.
Yep.
And look at that onager coming in, making sure that we are in the correct position so that it can't. You have to, when you deploy, you have to be outside of distance 5. So
yep.
We make sure that that's the case.
And he definitely wants to take advantage of that Ramadi with all those obstacles in front of him. Fun fact about the onager, where did it come from? Do you know where it came from, Ken?
Where did it come from?
I think it came from, I want to say, Crix Madine's like secret rebel handbook. I believe it's a new canon thing. But anyways,
there's that new book.
Yeah,
that,
with like secret super
released.
weapons, and FFG took that and created the onager from it. I'm trying to think what else came from that book.
What's interesting to me is the onager is somewhat reminiscent of the one of the
Old School Eclipse.
Old School Eclipse,
Yeah.
exactly.
Which was
And actually, we've got a special guest that's coming onto the channel here. We're going to give him a microphone here so he can say hello. So, special guest, who do we have on the channel?
Hey everyone, my name is Derek Schultz, aka Krajniak. You might know me from the Atomic Mass Games Armada Rules Forum. I'm helping to organize and run the Star Wars Armada 2023 World Championships. There we go. It's great to see you all. I've been hearing such great things about Ion Radio, how everyone has been enjoying the streams, and I'm just here to, looks like you guys are reviewing the fleet list. So what do we got going on?
So we've got our 2 fleets. Again, we kind of went through these. Colin's got his Onager Kuat list. We've got Demolisher.
Which has been really nasty.
It has been really nasty. And we've got the 4 TIE fighters kind of hanging out just to pad the initial
those extra deployments. That's right, yep.
When we take that next look and we're looking at Damon's list, this is that Dooku fleet that has been doing remarkably well, which is an interesting counter to almost everything it's faced so far. Again, Patriot Fist on the Reicusant. Muni's got Dooku, the Sandalore title. Actually, this is one we were just about to go through, was Damon's list once again. And 2 hard cells with Teaks and Slicer.Tools. This has come into play once already in one of the prior games. Very interested to see if this is going to come in once again in our final game here, because we've got 2 folks here that are dealing at the top of the list here with 29 and 25 points respectively. So there's still a lot of room for individuals to get into these top spots here vying for Worlds.
Can I see that list real quick, that Separatist list?
Sure.
What's the squadron count on that?
Squadron count is 4
so the
vultures.
it's the same number of deployments.
We've got same deployments, and in both cases we have the easy many kill vultures and the TIE fighters.
Right.
So I'm curious if both sets of squadrons are going to try and do something in the middle of the board, or if they're just going to float to the respective corners.
You know, I feel like because the Magnificent is in play, it's a much better squadron pusher than anything that Colin is going to have available to him. So I feel like if there's going to be a play to be made, it's going to be by the Separatist player first, just to see what he can pick off and start playing. Because Vultures, yes, it's red dice. They can miss a lot. But, man, if they land a double, it can start to ruin your day real fast.
And 3 hits will take out a TIE fighter before you know it. Same thing with the Vultures.
Yes. Well, I meant for the red die bomber, for the Vultures on a
Oh,
ship. Like
yeah,
that
most
unexpected
definitely.
double could set back your plan for how much damage you anticipate to taking around if you have to spend a defense token. Like that can really, and he's got the LTTs, so he's more anti-squadron focused. It's like 1 round of flak is going to take out those TIE fighters right quick, I feel like. So I feel like the Vultures are going to start contributing more, even again with a squadron command. But ultimately, with looking at that list, it's like it's so hard to kill that Mooney. I think it's like one of the most tanky things that Colin has come up against. So I think Colin, with his all-ship focused killing list, might actually struggle against that.
We're going to find out as the game unfolds. I know we're excited to see what happens here. And, hey, we never know. We've had some interesting results with his Kuat where he's throwing more damage than he is dice. And then that Onager has been a killer as well. So we might actually see Dooku go away and find him in an escape pod somewhere.
I don't think so, because if he's doing concentrate fire raids, which is really going to start hurting that Onager's ability to. Cause I didn't even see what the Onager had for a special weapon.
So that is, it's the red beam, so the orbital bombardment, but it's Raquel instead of Cataclysm, so he's not going to get the first out shot. But he can do those speed 0 turns.
That's true. I think ultimately this is going to be a bloodbath for both sides, I feel like.
I suspect you could be right. We're kind of hoping for that here in the booth. That's more fun to talk about than 2 fleets just kind of circling around and 1 squadron dies. But we could see that as well.
Well, I know they're in deployment. They're doing Rift Ambush, and it seems like who's second player, top or bottom?
Second player is going to be Colin, so Colin's down at the bottom, and we have Damon up on top.
So very conservative middle deployment to ensure that wherever your opponent is going to be, you can try to get to them. Because even if they deployed in the center opposite, Onager is going to be there blasting away regardless, and you still have to try to come into them and face that Kual head on. So I feel like both players are doing deployment really well right now for what they're looking to accomplish.
What do you think of the Dust Clowns being thrown all the way to the far side of the map?
I think neither player wanted to deal with them. That's what I think.
That's kind of exactly what we were thinking.
They just want a good, clean match.
They really do. They want to do pure Armada here. There's a gravity rift in there, so they're throwing a little thing off. But I think nonetheless it's still going to be fun. I think with Ramadi here and a bunch of obstacles, we might see a bunch of extra red dice getting thrown.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time. You're here to see these gentlemen yak and talk. I just wanted to jump on real fast and just say hello to everyone. And I just want to say thank you so much for watching. And again, thank you, Ion Radio, for, if you guys were here in person and you could see their setup, you'd be blown away by how professional and just it is over the top. I'll go ahead and say it. You guys are blowing everybody else out of the water here, I feel like. So.
Well, we had the handshake between the players to start off the game, and we are going to get here into round 1. Derek, thank you very much for coming into the booth and saying a few words. Good luck with the rest here of AdeptiCon. You've got 3 days of work to do.
You might see me one more time.
Very good. Take care.
You guys are great. Thank you again so much.
Oh, thanks, Eric.
All right, that was
All right, see you, Derek.
who's also known as Krajniak, who has been into the booth talking a little bit. There's another man who knows a lot about Armada.
Absolutely. Pinnacle of the community. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we got our raid tokens picked up by Dooku here. We have 1 Confire and 2 Navs. And for everyone watching on the screen, the hard cell that's on the middle of the board is the Slicer.Tools.
Patriot Fist has already made its first movement. Kind of very aggressive getting into the middle of the board here.
He's got to get over there.
He's got to get over there. He's got a lot of his ships in his position. They're angled onto the sides, extreme sides here. So this is going to be a longer range duel, I think.
Yeah, he's got to get in there. He's got to start shooting early, because even if it is just a Kuat, I mean, he's got to put a lot of damage down to take it out. So, and he's got to get them points. So they can't dilly-daddle too much here, just skirting around the board for 2.5 rounds. Looks like the Onager is going to go next.
Onager's moving. Looks like it's going to be a speed 1 move here.
Do we know
Slight turn.
which ship had to execute a move from Rift Ambush? I think it would have been Damon's ships, right? Yep. That's all right. I think it might have been one of the hard cells, the way it's pushed out there. But anyways, here we go. Looks like we're going
some
to
squadrons.
move the Munificent.
Munificent getting its little jank to the left there. Players doing an excellent job making sure that they are not taking advantage of bumps and whatnot, and really doing their best to mark every single ship. Squadrons placed back in. We go back here
Clean move.
to Colin. Round 2. 1 to 2.
All right, let's see what Colin's going to activate next here. He's taking a look. So far, he's just done the Onager, I think.
I think you might be right. Both Colin and Damon have already been here on the stream earlier today. It's kind of nice to have some players back again.
Right.
Especially when we're dealing at this level. As I mentioned before, 29 and 25 points respectively. So either one of these has a really good shot at making it into the final 4 that will get a invite to go to Worlds tomorrow.
I think so. We're looking at a couple of players who will be participating tomorrow, I think. All right, he's making its gladiator move. Let's see if he's in range of that rift.
Keeping in mind that it has to be within distance 1 to 2. It
Yep.
looks like it is. So
Yep.
now it has to execute its speed 1 maneuver.
And he gets to use his Ya 1 value to move this move because he is second player. So Demolisher is on the way.
Looking to come in pretty fast. And we go back here to Damon.
Yep, one of these 2 hard cells
Gonna
move
be
now.
one of the 2. Let's see if it's a Slicer.Tool one or not. I suspect probably not. I think he'll go for the, yep.
Yep,
There he is.
non-slicer. Let's see here. While we're moving, more fun facts. The Recusant was a purely Clone Wars designed droid ship. It was made to be all automated with no organic means to run it. A lot of the other ships like the Munificent, Hard Cells, and Lucre Hulks, Providence, were all made for organic beings.
Now, I'm taking a look here, Garrett, at the cards. And when you look at the Recusant ships, specifically the support destroyer, you'll notice that it says droid on the card.
It does,
So
that
clearly
keyword.
it's only droids that are going to be allowed. Onager's putting out its ignition token at long range, right by the gravity rift.
I don't think we'll be seeing that in play.
Probably not, but you never know.
Looks like another example of amazing sportsmanship. He let him put that ignition token out after his Demolisher had gone, after his Onager had gone. So that's very gracious of Damon there.
Especially at this point in a tournament where we are looking at
A
making
world
sure it's
qualifier's
World
ticket.
qualifier, and there's only 4. So with the number of players that are involved, it's a very low probability that you will get one of those 4 world seats.
All right, this hard cell needs to be very careful. And yeah, and another thing to keep in mind is here is this is round 4. All these players are starting to get exhausted. We've been playing Armada for 8+ hours of actual game time.
So if you guys do hear some really weird sounds, that is they're closing down the dealer hall. And the wall is being built up between the play area and the dealer hall. So apologies for anything that you guys are hearing. So
Sorry, they're saying something.
we're sitting
gonna-
here noticing that our top players here
The
have
exhaustion
made a
is
minor
setting
mistake,
in.
and we've activated 2 ships at the same, one right after another.
That's okay.
Players are agreeing that it's not the worst thing in the world. They're
Round
just going to go ahead
one.
and make the change.
Yep, round 1.
It's all positioning. I think they could move all their ships on a side and they'd be fine.
I think so too at this distance.
But again, talk about sportsmanship at this level. You
Yep.
know, and again, as John was letting us know, these are 2 really tired players. Just from the perspective of us streaming, this is a long day. These guys are standing on their feet. They're watching what's going on, and it's definitely going to be difficult and tough for them.
We're going to take a slight pause in the game here. Looks like Damon had to step away for a second.
Well, we have to allow for the occasional bathroom break.
Yep. Let's see here, Ken.
So let's talk about some Star Wars lore.
Let's talk about fun facts. Let's talk about where'd the Gladiator come from.
So the Gladiator, I actually know
you know?
this. And
Let's
in
find
fact,
out.
we're gonna bring a couple things. So if we go back to the Droids cartoon,
Yes. There it is.
The Gladiator came out, and the pirate that took the Gladiator, or rather stole the Gladiator, was Kybo Ren, Kybo.
100%.
And oddly enough, the Imperial officer that was involved in that, I think 2 episodes, was Admiral Screed.
Was Screed.
So there's a reason why when the Demolisher came out, Admiral Screed was included with it. And yes, so this is something back from 1983, 84
85.
cartoons, right, mid-80s, and I remember seeing that when it first came out. That was one of my favorite cartoons when I was little.
I went back and watched it. I got to tell you, it does not hold up. Let's see here. But to be even more coincidental, there is a character in Droids who looks exactly like Scavenger Ray. So we got Scavenger Ray exactly in the cartoon, and a character called Kybo Ren.
Yes.
Coincidence? I think not.
I think not. I think they were starved for trying to find some characters, and they just decided to really dig deep
And they
hope
dug.
that a bunch of people that are 40 to 60 years old did not remember a silly little cartoon from the early 80s.
Absolutely amazing. All right, so we got Damon back here, and so we are back on track. Round 1, finishing up maneuvering the ships and squadrons.
Checking out some ranges here. I think the big important thing here is round 1 in this game is going to be mostly positioning.
I think so too, especially this Patriot's Fist.
Yes.
It's a delicate ship to get into the spot where you want it to get its shots off and not get just whacked back. Especially maintaining that medium range for your Patriot's Fist dice. That's critical.
Oh, yeah. You know, well, you want that medium to long range shot on PF. Mostly because that's where you're going to get your single shot and you get the extra dice. And that's not an insignificant hit when you can pull it off.
Yep.
And the interesting thing with the Recusant, it's kind of hard to get the double arc, although we've already seen that happen.
Yeah.
Because when you do, that definitely is like the cream of the crop. Whenever you can pull off double arc with the Recusant, especially if you're at close range.
Or 2 rounds in a row with a double arc. Ooh.
It's that front arc, because you can see it on the screen now. That is a very wide front arc. So trying to really nail things down, you almost got to get right alongside and do some broadside shots up front.
All right, here we
A
go.
lot of decision making here on this.
It's going to be really interesting to see where this Kuat lands. I like that. I like that right there.
I think he'll be outside of the distance 1 to 2.
Mm-hmm. And he's really going for those Armada asteroids.
I think so. I think he is.
But that Patriot's Fist is going to come in like a shark if he reaches out too far.
Yeah, making some more changes here on where he thinks he wants to go.
Might hand me that water. Thank you.
And here's our committed move. Are we going to make it? Looks like yes.
Wow, that is close. Yeah, do we got a different angle on that? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Again, with that beautiful engine glow on these fleets. I love the paint job on Collins' fleet. I'm just going to say that. It's an incredible look. I rather like it.
If you needed encouragement, now's the time to go paint your stuff.
Well, especially if you're not playing here at Worlds and you're at home. While you're listening to our streams, paint some of your models.
Yeah, what do we got? 3 more days?
We do
Plenty
have 3
time.
more days of Armada goodness.
All right.
So we are in the squadron phase.
I'm very sorry again about any background noise here. They are sliding these walls right by us.
I think some of those upper bearings need some oil.
Yeah.
Maybe some WD-40.
All right, we're moving squadrons now in the squadron phase. Vultures have gone. And we'll be ready for round 2 here.
So as we move into round 2, John is going to take over as the one of the commentators here with Garrett. I'm going to move to chat temporarily. And as a fun surprise for the rest of the Ion Radio channel, I will be involved in a demonstration for the new Star Wars Shatterpoint game. It's fun. So we will hopefully have some content for you post-AdeptiCon on that.
Did we just declare that he was in distance 1 to 2, that gravity rift?
We might have.
Because he just executed, he just executed speed 2 maneuver there.
All right, so I'm going to take off. We're going to let John move forward, and it looks like we're heading
We're getting
into
positive
round
feedback
2.
for the players. They're having a good time. All right, John's coming in. Welcome back, John.
Hello, hello, hello. I have returned. Interesting game so far. What we're seeing is both of the players positioning themselves for when the real action begins rounds 2 and 3.
Yep. Honestly, Colin's done a really good job of setting himself up for obstruction.
Yes, he has. So one of the questions in chat is people are asking me why I believe Damien chose to be first player here, because he had bid and he had the choice. And I believe the reason is he can control the tempo. As we saw in the round previously, Colin is able to put out a huge amount of damage, especially as first player. He has a Kuat, which is a brawl ship. He has the Demo, which is a brawl ship. And then he has the Onager to sit back in the back and make sure that you actually move into engagement range. So him being first player would be able to react better to that and hopefully keep his ships alive. That's my guess.
I think that's really wise. I think that's probably why. Those last first activations on these black dice first are always brutal, and then they get away.
Yes.
And you can't take your shot that you wanted to. Oh, hey, Mike Predney. Yeah, there is going to be a lot of pressure on that Kuat. And, I mean, both players have deployed really well, even given the exhaustion, because he's going to have the ability to lay down the red dice that those ships can put out.
Yeah, so we're seeing here almost like a classic example of red dice range versus black dice brawl.
Yep.
And if you can get those black dice brawls into the side of a hard cell, you can pop them in like one go.
Even with their great defense token layout.
Yeah. I believe right now Damien is carefully measuring and planning to see if he's able to successfully get a Slicer tool off on that Kuat.
Who's the loud mic one?
Probably me, I'm loud.
Really?
So it will be interesting to see how that hard cell comes in.
Is he declaring a Dooku raid token? All right, so we've done a Dooku raid token. We don't know which one.
I'm probably going to run around the table and just take a peek real fast.
Okay, I'm guessing Nav, if I had to say. if we're breathing to it, it might be that those things getting pulled across the ground behind us, to be honest.
It appears that we missed that raid has already been passed out turn 1.
Turn 1, was it nav?
So right now, Colin's ships have raid of Confire and Navigate.
Okay, so he's got, wow, okay, so the Imperial ships have nav and Confire raids.
That's really limiting what those ships can do. And it looks like a hard cell is coming in to do some damage to the side of that Kuat.
Or was that a Munificent shot?
Oh, it is the Munificent.
Must have been that front arc. Good maneuvering there around those obstacles.
Yeah, that is actually one of the safest maneuvers that Damien could do there, because his Munificent has thermal shield, so at long range, he can spend that, and then there's only going to be like 2 dice being thrown at the front of him.
Right.
So.
I don't know, what's... We're trying to make sure our audio here is good. Sorry, guys. But, all right. So that Munificent's made its move. Colin's going to activate next. He's analyzing his board.
My guess is we're probably going to see the activation here of the Gazanti, but I could be wrong.
Oh, I think he said Kuat, possibly.
Or that measuring the onager to see if anything is currently in range of that token.
Likely.
Yep, so activating the Gazanti, and with being a brawler fleet, this is kind of like a pass token for him to allow Damien's ship to come closer to where he is.
And keep an eye on our Slicer.Tools hard sell.
So again, a note, they're currently closing off the dealer hall, so they're moving panels that are about 6 feet wide past us to reform that wall, and as they approach us, it's going to keep getting louder and louder.
Extremely loud screeching.
They couldn't have timed this worse for us.
All right, we're checking range on this Kuat for that Patriot's Fist.
Patriot Fist is just out of range still.
Looks like he's going speed 2.
I think best case scenario for Damon's move here is to get maybe a double arc possibility for the next turn.
Yep.
And stay at long range so that it minimizes the amount of damage that the Kuat can push out at it.
That is a hard turn. There we go.
So
nice. That is a good move.
That is a very good move. It appears that we will be long range, and evades are very good.
Yep. He's checking that double arc, and he definitely has it.
The Kuat still has to go, though. But
it does.
Damien has the option of boxing the Kuat in with a hard sell.
Yep.
And pretty much no matter where the Kuat moves, he's probably going to be double arc by the Munificent.
Double arc Munificent, 4 Vulture droids, and another hard sell shot.
Yes.
And a debris field.
Yes.
That he's destined to land on if they box him in right. Because I think the Kuat's going speed 3 right now, so he'll probably pull a nav and go to 2.
But he has nav raid unless it got past a nav from the
Gazanti.
Gazanti. This is the standoff phase, as both the players are positioning for best effect for a round.
This is a really important build-up.
for round 3. Looks like we have an ignition shot being made. Or he has no shot, and he's taking up the token.
I don't think they're in long range. Yeah, he's just moving.
Just moving, but he should be able to line up a pretty decent shot on whatever ship he wants him to shoot at in the next round.
I think the rift only affects ships. You only get slowed down if you're at distance 1, or is it on the rift?
And had this pulled up. Let me grab
That
it.
is my favorite large base move. I think all of us have said that at this point. Outside of distance 2 of that rift.
When a ship is at distance 1 to 2 of a gravity rift, resolve the determined course step. Its speed is temporarily reduced by 1 to a minimum speed of 0. And rift ambush. If you land in 1 of 2 of it, then you have to make the mandatory speed 1 straight ahead maneuver.
Yep.
So while it slows you down, it kind of throws you forward all at the same time.
Which he's going to use on that gladiator here.
Yeah, that gladiator's going to fly.
He's going to slingshot to that hard cell with Slicer.Tools.
Both of the hard cells have yet to activate, and the Kuat and Demo have yet to activate as well.
So that looks like a long-range shot from the front of that hard cell. I think it's obstructed, but we'll let them determine that. Yep, looks like they're saying they're obstructed. Gathering dice here. Oh, thank you. All right, 2 damage.
He at first rolled him out of the
camera view.
the camera view, and then moved him in, thankfully, for us.
Hooked us up. All right, so that's 2 damage. And I think it looks like he braced and redirected.
I think he just did not brace. He moved both of the damage. Took 1 to the front and then 1 to the left side.
Oh, that's right, because he got shot by the Magnificent earlier. Sorry, we're lacking our on-court reporter, so we gotta do some guesstimation sometimes.
The tournament has been so exhausting, we have been dropping personnel as we've gone through the day. Now he's measuring, hopefully, to try to stay out of the medium range. Thankfully, he has his squadrons there to help guide him in positioning that hard cell. Because the front arc of any ISD is scary to sit in, regardless of the type of ISD it is.
And round 3 of this Kuat, it's going to be dangerous.
It's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Maxwell. This is a good setup for Ramadi with how he's putting these ships in a line.
Being able to shoot through your own ship and getting obstructed shots every single time is kind of the dream of any Ramadi player.
Right. All right, so he's moving the hard cell. I'm sure he's going to check range again here. Although it looks like medium or just long.
He's also set up a possible beautiful double arc with that hard cell as well.
Yep.
This Kuat is very much so going to be moving right into what we refer to as a kill box.
At this moment, I don't think anything isn't close to the Kuat.
So far.
So far.
Everything will be very close, I believe, at the end of this turn. So now the wall that they're building up has moved past us, so hopefully they will be done building that wall shortly. I wonder what time the dealer hall closes on Sunday, because I really hope that they're not closing it during the middle of us doing
on
the final match
table
of the last day.
Of the last day. I don't know. We'll find out. All right, so looks like we're doing some 1 ship left for Colin. He's making a shot here. This is the ignition shot.
He's shooting the Munificent, and the blue dice have been, I believe, thermal shielded out.
So we got 1
Blocking
damage.
the salvo with 1 damage.
Thermal shields. There you had it, everybody. That's your insurance against any ignition shot. Our players are again showing amazing sportsmanship, adjusting shields that weren't adjusted before we started. Oh, man.
This is going to be very interesting where he positions this Kuat. If he's able to get a double arc on one of the ships.
Yep. Oh, is he going to hit that debris field too?
Could he hit the debris field? Could he bounce back and land on the asteroid? It's a very close.
This is a tough spot. This Kuat's about to take a lot of damage.
Yeah. But his Kuat can safely be what's moved first.
This is that.
After taking whatever Damien decides to throw him at the top of turn 3. So when we hit round 3, we're going to let the player start. I'm going to do a brief run around to gather some information because our runners ran away.
I think as things get more intense, I might just stand up and go look and relay information.
Yes.
Because it's about to get real exciting. Looks like we're dropping to speed 2, or we're just ramming and going to, that must be what he's doing.
Just saying, it's definitely going to be a ram.
Right.
And then I'm going to position for where I'm probably going to land.
I think in result, it's better to ram that one and hit the debris field than ram the Munificent and not hit the debris field, because you have better positioning. But he's got to think about getting that Kuat out of here after this.
Aiming it right at that hard cell. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a debris field land. Oof.
Wow. So he's going to take 2 damage.
But he actually might have a double arc on
the Muni.
The Muni.
I don't know. His line of sight might cross. They're checking.
Yeah.
Looks like that hard
It
cell
appears that the Munificent
is double arced. I don't know.
is not in the front arc there. So Colin just said to his opponent, I guess we're shooting a hard cell next turn.
Wow.
Just barely out of range of that. It appears that the ISD took the damage on the left side again. So I believe there might be no shields on that side.
Oh, because he redirected from that Munificent earlier.
Yeah. But we still have demo that's going to come in after the hard cell with the thing. So we're shooting an obstructed shot from the hard cell into the dice tray. And it's just going to be a damage. They're
asking a question. One sec.
Let me find out.
Oh, they're asking if they actually might have moved to obstacle. Hold on here. We're going to check something for them here. They might have bumped an asteroid. We just want to make sure we get it back in the right spot. Make sure we have a fair game. But, man, the start of this next round, Damon is first player, and he's going to get some great shots on this Kuat. I would just twist it this way. All right, we're gonna get this obstacle fixed. All right, the heart cell's going to move now. And is it going to... He doesn't definitely want to hit that asteroid. There's too many risky critical effects. There we go. Although then you risk that shield dial hitting it too. Avoiding the Munificent and this asteroid might be challenging.
But honestly, the hard cell moving in, taking an asteroid to be able to slice successfully the Kuat
That's true. It does have the Slicer.Tools. You're absolutely right.
may just be, it's very, very key for the next round.
Yes. The Kuat does need to remove that to be able to get around. And it definitely can. I mean, that Kuat can one-shot that hard cell. No problem.
Yeah. It's so hard to tell when obstacles get bumped. That's one of the biggest issues with cardboard tokens and then ships landing on top of them. Things move on all around. I always like to just
high top it or whatever, and your ship rocks back and forth on it.
Yeah, they. It's a very precise game with very imprecise tools.
So he's gonna do his thing here. That heart cell's moved. Okay, he's using his nav to clear the raid tokens off the Gladiator. Yep, he spent the command out to get rid of the tokens.
Does not look like he has a shot from his current position. So, I believe
Dooku has one nav raid token left, Mike. And he just cleared all the raid tokens on the Gladiator with his command hell.
they're right now discussing when Demo's able to attack after the rift.
And he's going to get slingshotted one more after this.
So, and it's going to be one straightforward.
He's second player, so he gets to use his speed 1 yaw.
Ah, yes.
So he's going to get around this asteroid. This is a really good use of the rift as second player.
Slow yourself down, but maintain speed, and then push right over.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did he overlap the rift?
His speed gets set to 0.
That's 0. You need a nav command and a token to get out of that.
And he is not.
And Dooku, guess what Dooku's got? One in the chamber.
Yes, he does.
Immediately goes to 0, right?
I believe so.
I think so, yeah. As soon as you overlap that rift. That's big. That's a big moment in this game.
I believe so.
Nope. We're rolling dice. This is the Demolisher shot. At the front.
Demolisher shot obstructed to the front of the Munificent. Pretty good damage.
Looks like he's spinning his...
Brace, and then a redirect, it appears.
I think he can solve the lore, cancel one of them.
Ah.
That's definitely what he would do. All right. And is he going to... Oh, that's right. Even if he overlaps it, due to the objective, he still gets to move forward. And we're going to land not on the asteroid.
Wow, that is very close.
Great.
So I would like to point something strange out that I've noticed.
Close range on that heart cell.
This is the first game that we haven't played on the far end.
I was just about to say that. Like, I kept bringing up the dice tray. I was like, oh, wait a second.
Yeah, most of the games today have actually been played on the far end of the table, which I think is kind of funny. So it looks like vultures are attacking now, and that is the perfect vulture. The first one did a double.
Double? 3?
PDIC'd
Vulture 3?
it into a crit, and then an accuracy.
All right. He's got 2 more vultures, right?
I don't know if they're in range after landing on.
He's got to move 2 TIE fighters first.
Yeah. But those two in the back are not in range when he overlapped them.
The demo is at close range of the hard cell. All right. Other two vultures now, they're out of range.
It's just going to maintain them where they are.
Okay, he's moving.
Put everything in close.
Move the other two TIE fighters, and we'll head into round 3.
This is going to be a very intense round 3. Both of the players have positioned themselves very well to try to attack and do damage to the other player. I personally feel Damon is in a stronger position.
I do too. The vultures, all the arcs laying in on that Kuat, where it's at on an obstacle.
Yeah, if you can pin it there for one turn.
It's going to have a bad time. And then if they get that coup out of the way, all those ships, or even if they just get rid of one, 2 of them will bear down on 2 of them will bear down on that Onager by its own. And that Onager is not going to be able to sustain fire from a Patriot's Fist and a Magnificent with thermal shields.
He almost has the Kuat double arced with every ship that he has on
Currently,
the table.
yep.
The only ship I don't think that has necessarily a double arc, it's hard to tell from the angle, is the Recusant.
But he's got the Patriot's Fist, because that's definitely medium.
Yes, he's just far enough out for it to
It
be
might be
medium.
obstructed, though.
Does that really
Does it
really matter?
After you take all the other shots?
Right. Okay, so I'm going to leave Garrett alone here while they're doing their dials to just quickly look at board state,
Yep.
and then I'll come back.
Check speeds, what's left. All right. All right, looks like we're checking double arcs now from that hard cell. I don't know, from this angle, it looks like it's going to be a lock. Because I think he wants to get that hard cell out of the front arc of that Kuat. Oh, we're throwing a die. 1 critical. Piddicked, back to the same. He's taking a shield damage on the front of the Kuat from the hard cell. And I think they're still checking another shot. All right, John's back. He's got some updates for us.
Okay, so I was only paying attention to a few things so I wouldn't be interfering with the game. Currently, all of Colin's ships have nav and con fire raids on them.
Well, the Gladiator doesn't, right?
Well, the Gladiator, this round, the second, or the, start of the third round.
He put out another
the
nav?
So all of it has. So Dooku's currently out of all of his tokens that he can pass out, but currently all of Colin's ships have it. After that last attack, the Kuat currently has 2 shields on the front, 0 shields on either side, and 2 shields on the rear. So it's very much so in danger.
It's been getting plinked. All right, he's going to move this hard cell. I guess he didn't have it double arced.
Yeah, it was just not double arced.
Just out.
It's one of those things that both players assumed that it was a double arc, and then when
Yeah.
they actually went to measure it, way after both those ships had been in the position, it was not.
Talk about relief for Colin.
Right?
All right, looks like we got a speed 3 hard cell maneuver. Man, that is a good spot for that ship to be in.
Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh. The vultures are back in their dangerous position. All right, let's see what Colin decides to go with here.
So one of the advantages that Damon has here, being first player,
Yep.
is that unless the squadrons can be commanded with the Gazanti, he pretty much has free reign to do what he wants with the vultures before those TIE fighters can move in and entangle them.
Absolutely. Oh, he's moving the Gazanti. Okay. I wonder if we missed the comms net. Man, that hard salesman will swat that Gazanti quick, too.
I'm honestly thinking Patriot Fist is going to come around the corner.
Yep. Finish it.
Patriot's Fist is probably going to land between Collins' deployment zone and that hard cell, right in the middle, staring right down the face of that Gazanti, and then come around toward that Onager.
I'm saying your mic's got heavy breathing. I don't know what's going on.
I'm just so excited to be talking about this. And now Damien has to make a choice of what he chooses to activate next. It appears to be a repair dial for the Munificent to repair the damage that was done to it in those chip shots the last turn.
I don't think he Wat Tamboured either. I think he just used the natural.
Here we go with the roll.
Roll. Sorry, boy.
This is the front arc. I guess it's into the side of the ISD because it has no shields there.
Yeah,
that's probably
wise.
The best choice for it. Or possibly guaranteeing to remove the shields off the front of it. We'll see where Colin leans down to do the damage when the damage comes through.
And that Mooney's got LTTs. Piddock the blue. Same roll.
Came as out. There's a 25% chance that comes up as an accuracy.
Looks like he's going to
redirect.
Yeah, I think he spent the redirect defense token.
So that was a shot into the side and then redirected to the
now he's going to see if he can land that. No, he's definitely got to hit the front with his side arc there.
It just depends on if it's going to be obstructed or not.
Well, from this top-down view, it looks like it wouldn't be, but they'll know for sure. All right, here we go. Side shot.
Oh, that's
wow. Piddock the double. All right. 2 damage, crit enabled.
So I believe now the ISD is shieldless.
Yep. None on the front, none on the side.
It does not.
That's where it looked like he was pulling.
And then a ram damage.
And he hit it.
It appears that the ISD already has quite a few damage cards. It
looks
appears
like 3
to be
hull
3.
damage. Yep.
Colin here has a lot of options that he can do. Trying to decide on what I think the best option for him will be.
I don't know. Probably shoot that Kuat and then get it out of there.
Well, I don't think the Kuat can make it out of there until the Patriot Fist moves.
You think he can clear that side arc of the Patriot Fist? It'd almost be better almost being close range to the Patriot Fist. Then you don't get the 2 dice. I think I'd deal with the blacks. All right, looks like the Onager's going to activate. Measuring from that. Yep, here it comes. Onager shot. They're going to thermal it. He thermaled out the blacks.
So, choosing not to. It's a pretty decent roll before any other things.
It
So
is.
he chose not to thermal shield there. He asked the question, are there black dice? And when there was not black dice, he chose not to thermal shields.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't see how far the ignition token was away.
The ignition token was right under where we had the dice camera. So there it is right there, right next to the asteroid.
Yep. should move that. With the like move this over here.
I don't know.
But all right, now we got the onagers got to move.
I believe Colin is still in the process of deciding what he wants to do with this dice pool, or what Damien's going to do with the. So I believe Sal Malor spent a token to
Get rid of
cancel
that
out
double.
dice. That's a very strong title, especially when you have a Munificent like this that is so tanky.
Yep. And he's just getting started.
Yeah, like it. Normally a salvo is useless because you can't use it against an ignition attack.
Right.
And it automatically means then you can use it if you're going speed 2, and it acts as an evade.
Saw in the War with thermal shields is the ultimate onagers counter.
Yes, it is. It will be interesting to see where he tries to land this Onager shot after his move. If he will continue to try to shoot at the Munificent, or if he'll try to switch over to possibly shoot at the hard cell or the Patriot Fist after its move.
He's got to go for one of those two. The Munificent's a lost cause.
Yeah, he's shot it quite a few times with very, very minimum damage going through.
And he's just going to Wat Tambur next turn. Checking his.
Check out some different views of the game board. They are all clustered right up in the middle of the
yeah.
table.
That's what I've been struggling with. I'm like, these other cameras are great with the lighting. They're far away. Although it is a nice way to see the defense tokens. So currently, the Munificent has the 1 damage card from the Ram, and we've got 3 damage cards on the Kuat. Oh. All right, looks like he's going to lock in and settle on this speed 2 maneuver here. And that's going to put him within distance 1 to 2 of this rift. That is, it's more of, I would say it's like a blood red pink with a white shadow to make it look like it's really glowing hot on those engines. They do look good though.
If you take a look at the position of the debris fields, I believe Derek and Ken were discussing that earlier with them being off to the side. That's also an insurance policy, because if Colin is able to get a ship past that, then it's safe from all the long-range red dice.
That's true. I might have put him a little closer, because it's still kind of hard to get over there, but all right, looks like he's putting out his token here. It looks like he's going for that Patriot's Fist.
Patriot's Fist has not activated yet, so it'll...
That's true. Maybe the hard cell? Although you don't want to swing that Patriot's Fist out too far.
I think he's going to he must have realized that it hasn't gone yet.
Yep.
And he's going to position it toward the Munificent, because he can probably get it into close range of that. And if he's able to wait out Damien's activations, the hard cell and the Munificence theoretically would be closer to it then.
Yep. That is Xantos Dooku.
Looks like we're going to have an activation of Patriot's Fist now.
Yep, here it comes.
And I believe they were measuring, and it is at medium range. So we'll probably see Patriot's Fist dice being added in here.
Obstructed natural roll. All right. He's going to Confire. Oh, he had a Confire command dial. Confire into blue for
there's
the accuracy.
Reroll with Link Turbo Laser Towers.
6 damage with an accuracy. Extremely good roll.
Yes.
6 damage with an accuracy. At the
It
front of that
appears that
Kuat.
a brace and a redirect.
So take it to
were
3.
used.
Redirect maybe out to those rear. I don't know if he had any shields to redirect to. Must have. So
Or he was probably used to contain to block the damage.
All right,
I'm
that's
gonna
it.
go check that out. I will be right back.
Okay, perfect. All right, we're gonna go get a full shield count and a full damage count on this Kuat. All right, what do we got?
I was just looking at the defense tokens. Colin still has all of his defense tokens for the Kuat, and they're all red except for one redirect that is green. My guess is he probably has he activated it yet?
The Kuat has not gone.
Has not gone. So maybe I miscounted shields when I went up there earlier. So
What's the shield count now?
I did not.
Can't see. It's in the middle of the board. It's hard
for me
to
to see, I would have to
really
push
in the
Colin
way.
out of the way, and I'm not going to interfere with
Move,
gameplay.
players. We're trying to entertain here.
I'm not at home that I can tell Ken to pause the action so I can get a better view from the other side. Looks like we're going to be doing some hovering of the hard cell to get this Patriot's Fist into position.
That's good maneuvering.
Yes, it is. It does, though, now allow an escape route for the Kuat.
Yep. Kuat is going speed 3, I think.
Yes. Which could shoot across the table and hide behind those dust fields before the Munificent can turn into it.
And chase, give chase. Yep, Munificent speed 2. Kuat gets away, and they'll have to bear down the Onager.
He is discarding the nav dial to clear all of the raid tokens off. I believe that is with the Gladiator. Making a roll. This is Gladiator's front to the Munificent. It appears to be 2 damage.
1 in a crit.
He's
just going to
taking
take it.
right to the shields.
All right, this is going to be an interesting move here. This crit he pulls up could be really interesting.
Asteroids do not concern me.
According to Colin, asteroids don't concern him. We're about to find out. Oh, man. This could be a really punishing crit. You're trying to figure out if he can move. You're trying to figure out if he can move. Yeah, I don't.
It looks like if that's not a ram, it's definitely going to be an asteroid.
Yep, he hit that asteroid.
To chat, without knowing more of what is happening inside of the game, we can't make any comments on the game state to the players. We are just spectators. So I'm not positive if the Gladiator landed on the rift or not, and if it's not caught by either of the players, I don't know if I can mention it. Garrett has gone up and he's taking a look at what everything is currently.
The face-up crit was injured crew, choose and discard a defense token. It's been a really popular critical today.
I feel like we've seen like only 3 criticals most of the day.
It's been structural damage and an injured crew.
And then crew panic.
And crew panic.
The crews are not having a
We've
good
had
team
injured
today.
crew every game, I think.
Yeah. Injured crew is very difficult when you have 3 defense tokens and now are sitting in a clump of ships.
Medical team OP.
So I believe the distribution is, I'm not positive, I would have to sit down and go through the damage deck, but it's like 33% is either ship or crew, and then the other group is the 60. So
You would know better than me. All I know is there's 2 projector missile lines, and that's all I stress about.
That's same here.
Yeah.
If there's 2 projector missile lines, I will more than likely pull both of them
In the game.
in the game.
Right.
Here, Eric has thankfully given us an answer. 1/3 are crew, and 2/3 are ship
There we go.
crits. Thank you very much. While we were talking about crits, we missed this great
Oh, the
roll. So
demo
this is
roll.
the demo with
X-Rax.
X-Rax into the Munificent. It appears that the redirect has been spent out. The Munificent still has a brace and a salvo.
Yep. All right.
I think we're now measuring distances with the hard cell to see where we would land.
Slicer.Tool hard cell.
Here is the slicer tool into, I believe, the Kuat, obstructed. Oof.
Oof.
It is close range, so the PDICs could take effect there.
Colin did use a lot of luck on those dice last game.
Yes, he did. So now we can see where the slicer tool will end up landing.
Now remember, he is in distance 1-2 that ripped. He just goes straight forward.
Correct.
We're gonna see asteroid number 2, Electric Boogaloo.
I'm very interested not only in the outcome of this game, but there are a lot of people that are in striking distance of getting that world qualifier.
Yeah, let's put that up. What do we got?
So if we look at, currently Colin is in the lead of the entire tournament with 29 points.
And I want to mention a 977 MOV.
Yes, it's insane. So if you just start doing some math out, right? You just assume that he gets 1 point, worst case scenario, that puts him at 30. And then Damien, who's in second place with 25 points, gains 9 points, putting him at 34.
Yep.
So then we know roughly the threshold for what it would take to get a qualifier spot. So then we can take 30, subtract 10 from it. Everyone that is in 21 points currently or higher has a shot
Has
at
a
getting a
potential.
10 at it. So that puts the top 11 players at a shot for getting in.
Absolutely. I'm going to go check in this critical from this asteroid. –
going to check the critical and then doing the mandatory speed 1 maneuver after landing on it, which does clear it, so he does not have to take the double critical there. Garrett is coming back, so we can see what it is.
Just a thruster fissure.
That's another one that we've seen before.
We have.
So to answer chat, you can hopefully see it at the top of our display. This is currently round 3. The last 2 rounds have been very intense.
Every move is mad here. They've had to check range on every single thing they're trying to do.
Double arcs,
Double
movement
arcs,
ranges.
Pittix range. All right, we're getting these TIE fighters in here to start locking up these vultures. This is round 3.
So we will be moving into round 4 in just a moment.
Yep. So, right now we're going to finish up the squadron phase.
It's currently the Kuat's turn, and it is commanding squadrons to close the distance and activate the squadrons to attack the vultures to clear them off.
That was a good command set up. I kept thinking of a squadron phase. Oh, all right. All right, here we go. This is the Kuat shot.
So
I believe
this
at
is
the
side
Mooney.
arc into the Munificent.
2 damage,
X-Rax added in.
4 damage.
Choking out Intel Officer with Vader to re-roll the
All of
entire
them.
lot.
All right, he's going for broke. Got a critical.
5 damage.
6
Spending
damage.
out-
5 damage. Yep, you're correct.
Spending out the brace to go down.
He took another critical, another face down. Oh, that must have been a structural. He pulled out an extra card and flipped
Yes,
it
he
face
did.
down.
Again, this is the salvo back.
2 damage on the Kuats. He's counting his cards.
He has to decide if he's spending out tokens and if he can survive the next round depending on where he lands. Because Patriot Fist may have a round PDIC.
Oh. Pittix did not pay off that time.
No, that's the risk of Pittix.
Man. That was a backfire. All right, he's burning a token.
Yeah, that Kuat is on fire in between turns. We will check. It looks like we're measuring range right now to the rear of the Kuat to the hard cell. That has appeared to have gotten into the side arc of the Onager. And
Ooh,
there's
rear
that
shot. That's a good rear shot.
Oh.
That's a rear shot. 6 damage into the hard cell.
I'm guessing we're going to see here a discard of the evade to, or just brace it, redirect. Move the shields, and now you have no shields, I think is what actually took place.
Took no damage. No hull point damage. All right, now this Kuat's moving. right, they're going to have to hover that a little bit.
Lots of hovering involved.
Is this shield dial going to betray him twice? And we're waiting.
Does that move him, though, into close range of Patriot Fist, or are we at oh, that is
He's
definitely medium range.
Medium, yep.
That is definitely the danger zone for
And
Patriot Fist.
I think he avoided hitting the debris field.
It is very hard to tell from this angle if the shield dial overlaps or not.
He hasn't put any damage cards or shields, so I think he's clear.
Yeah.
All right, the vultures. I think now we're in the squadron phase.
Here we go, squadrons. 2 damage against the TIE Fighter. Looks like he's only
He moved one, shot one.
and then
Alright.
the TIE Fighters are gonna try to come in.
Oh, he's gonna lock that one up.
That TIE Fighter is very much so in danger.
Flak and a
Flank.
vulture shot.
Yeah, exactly. So moving it toward the onager to help protect it is probably the smarter choice here to try to maintain how many points he's giving away
Yep.
and to protect his ships at the same time.
For that Kuat, it looks like it's got 7 hull damage, and I think 3 remaining tokens. We'll do a clear check after this, and then the shields are looking rough.
Looks like squadron phase is done, so we're going to be doing dials for
Round 4.
round 4. Okay, I'm gonna. Do you want to go do a quick?
Yeah, let me go
Run
check
by.
things.
Garrett's gonna run out there and get a quick status update for us on all these ships. A lot of damage has been thrown at both of these ships. I believe the Munificent is very injured. The Gladiator has landed on quite a few criticals and asteroids and had to discard defense tokens, and the Kuat has taken a lot of fire that last round. With possibly no shields on the Kuat, if he has defense tokens that are mainly redirects, those won't do anything for him. So we'll have to see when Garrett comes back what the status of the Contain and the Brace are. They're both determining how to set dials right now, and then we will see how Damon decides to go forward. We're checking range to see what happens if that Munificent moves forward. So Garrett has returned to our booth
Okay.
with an update.
So the Munificent's actually a little bit more danger than I anticipated. It's got only 1 shield left on the left-hand side, and it's got 3 damage cards on it.
Wow.
The Kuat has no brace token left. It's got 3 of its green other tokens, Contain and 2 redirects, but it's got 9 damage and 0 shields.
Both of those ships are on fire.
Yep.
It'll be very interesting to see how these ships trade out. The Kuat is worth 132 points. And the
Mooney's 130.
yeah,
So the Kuat's worth 40 more.
yes it is.
Oh, oh man, did we miss that shot that destroyed the Kuat?
Yeah.
All right, Kuat is gone. Sorry about that, folks.
Kuat got destroyed.
We'll have to see which ship moves here to see who took the shot.
I believe the shot was made with the
Patriot's Fist.
Patriot's Fist.
Yeah, it was a Patriot's Fist.
It was a quick roll with just enough damage. So while we were looking at how many points the ships were worth, they did the roll real fast and then moved on.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mako. All right, so now that Mooney's gonna get tapped by that Gladiator and the ignition shot. Did he avoid that hard sell? Wow.
Yes, he did.
Impressive.
He is, though, pretty set up to take further round shots at the Onager and the Kazanji.
Oh, the Kazanji, yeah. Man, compared to this last game, he's had a hard time layering his shots on the targets he wants to.
Well, I would actually say that he was able to get his shots on point, but with thermal shields, they just weren't doing any damage.
That's very true. You're right.
And barely
and
avoiding that front arc of the Kuat that turn.
Yep, and the ignition token just couldn't get close enough to make a difference.
Let's see what is being activated next. So the question is, would you go with the Onager or would you go with the demo if you had the choice?
Demo, get it out of the way.
So hear me out on this. I may be crazy, right? Depending on the shot, though, if you go with the Onager, you could kill out that ship, and then your demo can scoot away wherever it needs to just fine. So,
but I think the demo can kill the Moon of Ison too.
That is true. So it looks like they're just measuring ranges to determine that.
And then you can use the Onager on that hard sell.
I don't know if it has anything in range. Looks like the Onager is what's being shot.
Yep. 2 damage, accuracy.
Looks
He's
like
gonna vet gunner.
Vet gunnery the whole thing.
3 damage again. That does take it out though.
Destroys it perfectly.
Looks like you were right. And now he's got a side shot if he wants it, I think.
The Muni had no defense tokens, so the only thing that mattered was the raw amount of damage.
That's correct. Yeah, but he's gonna try and do that. No, that brace got jettisoned during the Kuat's attack on it last round.
We still have 2 more rounds after this. The loss of the Munificent is impactful for Damon here, but I don't think he is out of it yet. I think there's lots of things with his hard cells and the Recusant that he can still shoot. Because when you look at the trade, 130-point Munificent for the... It's a very close game.
Well, I think he's also going to take these TIE fighters, which is nothing to sniff at.
132 points for the Kuat. That he took a lot of fire that could have been going for his other ships and taking them out.
Yep. Side shot into the heart cell. 2 damage with an accuracy.
And we're on to moving.
Does the Onager die? I don't think so.
It depends on if he can get it away. That Patriot's Fist can spin around and shoot at it for the next 2 turns as first player. Because I don't think it's going to be able to escape Patriot Fist range.
That's true.
He will get, probably, depending on where he lands here in relation to the...
He's checking that. He gets another speed 1 move.
That's actually going to very much so help him try to stay out of range and move out of range of that Recusant.
Yep, the front arc specifically.
Correct. But still, the side arc of the Recusant with Patriot's Fist is nothing to laugh at.
I mean, he could whiff. That Patriot Fist could whiff, and that Onager fly away scot-free.
We have seen both ends of the extreme here for dice rolls in this game.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that the rear shot of the Kuat was going to be the strongest attack?
It did more damage than the 2 front shots combined. All right, he's activating one of the hard cells now.
The hard cells are both in a decent position to possibly do damage to this.
He's taking an obstructed shot at the Onager, the side of the Onager.
Hopefully to weaken it for the, so that's the side shot out of the hard cell.
Is it just one blue off the hard cell?
Yes.
Yep.
It has a nasty bite up front, but
ooh, he is going to grab riff ram this Gazanti.
beautiful.
Nice. Nice.
And as first player, with that Gazanti where it is, he might not even need to attack it. He could probably just ram it to death.
Yep.
The other hard cell has yet to activate,
That's correct.
so he could ram it again. And I believe has it been rammed once before already?
No, the Gazanti's got 0 damage so far.
Yeah. So the Gazanti is going to have to move forward, and it's going to be moved into basically that hard cell can double tap it over the next 2 turns. So it appears that the Gazanti is shooting at the front of the hard cell for
1 damage?
1 damage.
Everything Gazanti can hope for.
And then evaded, re-rolled into
Accuracy.
an accuracy.
Does he have a double arc on that? I don't think so.
No.
No. Not with the rear. Rear's got nothing on it. He's going to move.
So the question is that hard cell got the Onager double arced? If it does, it can put out quite a bit of damage into it this turn.
From this angle, it looks like it's got its side arc double arced.
Yes, I would agree. Here we go with the front shot. 3 damage after Link Turbo Laser Towers.
He's going to spend. Redirect. He's going to
the
redirect to the front. Okay.
That is the most defended spot.
Side shot. 1 damage. 1 damage. And he's going to take it.
But like we were talking about, weakening that shield for a possible Patriot's fist shot would be very good.
Let it go
where
through.
the ship is, though, the hard cell may bounce back and obstruct that shot, which works in Colin's favor. I believe that was a measurement to see that there is close range to that, or medium range to the.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Moving it toward it.
And then he'll
Maybe
land
even
back with the
ramming.
double arc again. Oh,
He does have that stopping pad, which is the Gazanti. And that will leave the Gazanti then on 1 health. And where the ships are placed,
he will get rammed.
the Gazanti almost rams and
Yep.
takes care of itself.
All right, that's his move. He does ram.
Falls back.
Puts the Gazanti 1 hull point left.
So, yes, 1 hull point left on the Gazanti. The Onager has taken some damage. The only ship that has not activated so far is Demo, who will probably be trying to flee across the table to reserve points for Colin.
All right. I think Demo's supposed to go, right? Yeah.
Let me see if the dial has been flipped.
It's like it's squadron time. TIE fighter shot. One TIE fighter squadron has been destroyed. Moving in his...
Other TIE fighters in to lock them down.
Yep. Oh, another roll from the Vulture. Swarm reroll, 1 damage. That takes that TIE fighter, I think, down to 1 hull point. And he's going to move in his other TIE fighter squadron. And I don't think he's going to get any of these Vulture droids. I think the TIE fighter points are going to go.
No. He still has reserved hangar deck on one of his.
He does.
So even killing them, they come back to life. And it was a very fast roll of a Vulture shooting.
Ah, okay. We've remembered that we needed to move the Gladiator.
Good.
I agree, Mako. I think the Vultures do have the squad game in the bag. All right, now we're checking. All right, this is going to be the top of round 5.
Let me change that for us. And they're going to be doing some measuring and deciding what to activate. That Recusant might have a front arc.
Yep. Damon's decision to go first is
Really paying off.
that was the most important decision of this game.
I would agree with that. And what he placed as Dooku.
Yep.
He's really limited Colin's ability to move and to add damage, which is something that he normally does.
Ditch dials, sorry about that. We got a monster roll with Patriot's Fist.
Woo.
Into the Onager, 2 accuracies, 5 damage.
Con firing inner red.
Another critical. No brace, no redirect. 6 damage.
It sounds like we're going to be doing a salvo.
Salvo back. Salvo back from the Onager. All right, we're pulling up a critical. I think he said crew panic.
I'm going to go run and check that.
Okay, he's going to check. All right, John's checking right now how much damage is on the Onager and what the defense token status is. All right, Patriot Fist has got to move now.
That is a life support failure.
Ooh.
So I believe that's the one that you cannot have command tokens.
Yeah. If they have it, you got to discard them. All right, he's trying to maintain this Recusant in a position to fire again around 6. And yep, life support failure is discard all command tokens, no command tokens.
Patriot Fist is moving and has very much so blocked that Gazanti in.
Yep.
I don't think at any speed that Gazanti is going to.
All right, he's revealing the Onager's command dial. I think he said nav.
I think he said, I can use my nav.
Okay.
And
All right, yeah, he's not going to take any shots. Is he going to hit that debris field? I think he's got shields to spare on the other side.
but at
How
this
much damage did that Onager have?
It looks like it has 1, 2, 3,
6, 5.
4, 5, 6 to 7 from what I can count on screen from here.
And honors have 10 hull points.
Landing on the debris field and avoiding the rest of the fire and obstructing the shot.
Yep.
May be better to take that 2 damage than to allow shots to be taken against it.
Now let's see here. I think he's... Okay, all right. Hartzell's going to reveal a Confire command dial.
And
Here we
he
go.
can shoot. So here we go.
All right, here we
Here's the
go.
roll.
Hartzell shot. 1 critical. Confire and an accuracy. And did he have his brace left over there?
I believe so, because all of his tokens were accuracy last time.
Yep. That's not going to do him any good here. 1 crit. Thrust control malfunction, critical. So I think that puts him at 7 hull damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Flagging with the hard cell, the TIE fighters. With
An
LTTs.
LTT.
Is that 1 damage, 3 blank blacks?
Oof. The dice giveth and they take away. We've seen swings for both players back and forth.
This is wild.
This is actually an extremely close game.
Yeah, it is.
With the ships that have been destroyed, it literally could come down to killing vultures or
And the Gazanti.
Gazanti, because both the ships that have died are 2 points away from each other. But when we see here after this maneuver, that Gazanti should explode.
Oh, that's gone. No matter what, it's dead. Because we're only in round 5.
That will give Damien
And
a huge advantage.
And I think these TIE fighters are also gone.
Especially where that hard cell landed.
Yep.
So Gazanti is gone, and that will add another 26 points to Damien's score. So I can say he's firmly in the lead, but I think this game's going to be a 5-6.
You think so? I'm thinking 7, but
It's going to be right there at that edge.
We're gonna know for sure. Gladiator's moving.
Because with the Gazanti, there's only a 30-point difference.
Yep.
So even killing all the TIE fighters for the 32 points.
Well, the Kuat's 132.
Correct.
Okay.
And the Munificent's 130.
Yep. Where did we get 175? I don't know where you got that from. That was my fault. We'll blame me.
Garrett has been sitting here commenting so long, he's just starting to make up numbers.
Somebody else ISD was 170 points.
I think that's the beginning of the day with Ben, or our second match with Sam.
Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. Squadron battle now. Imagine the roaring sound of twin ion engines.
And chirping of vulture joys as they scream at the TIE fighters.
All right, here we go. All right. Oh, 2 damage. That's 1 TIE fighter squadron down. Reswarm, 2 more damage.
2.
Oh, these vultures are cleaning. That's another TIE fighter squadron. He's got 1 TIE fighter left. The Gazanti did ram and went away.
Ooh, and it's in LTT range of the next turn.
Oh, man. He's taking TIE fighter shots. There we go. That gets rid of that vulture.
But I think it comes right back to life.
With reserve hangar decks.
With reserve hangar decks. So we've seen reserve hangar decks used expertly by Damon in this.
2 more damage.
Second, that's another TIE fighter down, I believe.
Yep, that's all of them. Wow. Listen, vultures, don't sleep on them. Absolutely great chips.
Both of these were token squadrons.
Yep.
And gave a good effort in them.
All right, that's it. Top of round 6.
I believe this may just be we're going to
Formality.
be moving ships for formality to finish out the attacks.
Wow.
Damien still has a shot because
What a
that
game.
hard cell I don't think really moved after ramming the Gazanti, so it can do a shot into
Yep.
the rear of the Onager here.
All right, here he goes. Oh, dice, dice, dice. One crit, Confire in.
Oh,
With the double.
Double.
Oh man. 3 damage onto the ship.
He's going to brace it to 2.
Brace it 2. I think he's got 1 whole point left. Oh, he redirected.
Redirected to the side. So that onager is super damaged.
Oh man. Structural damage critical.
as the critical.
What's the damage count? He's salvoing back at the
salvoing
hard
back.
cell.
Ken, damage count on the
Double salvo
Damage
back.
down on
That's
the
okay
onager.
though. Hard cell is sitting pretty.
We're going to be getting a damage count on the onager real fast.
I don't even know how it's alive.
I believe it may be on 1 or 2 health.
All right, he just revealed. I don't know what Command revealed.
He's on
8 hull. Yeah, 2 left. All right, I think he nabbed.
The game's never over until it's over.
Yeah. Oh man.
And now it's over.
I think so. I think that's it.
So they're going to basically be moving their ships now.
That was a strong effort by that hard cell.
Yeah. I have to give it to both these players here. Damon was a man with a plan, taking first player.
Oh my gosh, yeah. He knew exactly what was going to happen if he got last firsted.
The way he was positioning was expertly, and he was able to just get out this victory. I believe we'll double check
Yeah,
after scores, but I believe it's going to be like roughly 30, almost 60. So it may
60.
be. It's
It could
right
be
on
a
that
7.
edge of
It could be a 7.
7-4 to 6-5.
Wait, what's going on here?
They're just goofing around.
Oh, he's just goofing. Okay. Okay, I was like, wait a second. Round 7.
Round 7. What is
Deathmatch.
this?
Oh, he
They're-
just
they're
wants to
just
see
seeing-
if he can do it.
1
Oh.
damage out of all of those
Oh,
dice.
My gosh. Awesome game.
So they're going to be adding up their scores right now. So we're going to be waiting for the rest of the field to finish. This is going to be very, very close here.
Wow.
Looks like results are coming in, and
All
we'll
right,
have to
thanks,
see
chat.
what
I
they
don't
are.
know what you all thought about that, but that was intense.
That was a very intense game. We're waiting for the official last scores to come in here.
We're calculating.
Calculators out, adding it up. This is one of the worst rounds of the day to try to calculate because
Oh, yeah.
after playing 4 rounds, your brain is so fried.
I mean, I couldn't even read the numbers in front of me. I'm not even playing.
That is very true. So, has this changed? You.
No. Transition.
Yeah.
Presenter.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys get to see my beaming, glowing head from the lights on top of
Yeah.
me.
So, for those of you that don't know, we are both very pale, and the light that's right above us in the convention center
I
makes
don't
us
really-
glow.
I don't look like this. Okay, there's hair here, everybody. All right?
I'm a night shifter. You primarily do a lot of your work at night.
I'm a terrible night owl.
Yeah. So final scores.
Oh, here we go. Oh my gosh, 60 exactly. Collins at 190. Damon's at 130.
That is a 7-4.
7-4. Oh my gosh.
It literally came down to shooting and killing the token fighters that they brought along for advantage.
Yep. So that puts Damon at 32, I want to say, and that puts Colin at 33. Yeah.
Yeah. They're discussing points up there.
Wow.
That was an intense. So does this change what you think was the best?
Oh, this match, I think was, way more exciting. Even playing field. As far as the fleets go, I think. Good matchup.
Yeah. I still personally think the almost mutually tabling of the Star Destroyer is still standing as my favorite match of the day.
I'm going to be thinking about that one for a long
This
time.
one is very, very close.
Yeah.
It's right there for possibly my favorite. So
Honestly, the dice rolls here were very even.
Going from extremely good to extremely
bad.
bad.
Wow.
We did have the PDIC reroll into a double this round.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was a
Always
huge
the risk
backfire.
of rerolling a.
No. We cannot. No, you're good. Thanks everybody for all the feedback as well. Social and Rob, thank you. Thanks for everyone being here in the chat. Oh
Yeah.
man.
So.
Oh man. So how's the results coming in here? What do we got? It looks like.
Let's see how many of the rounds.
It looks like Colin is still going to be top at 33.
Yes. Which I think we calculated probably means he's going to be there. We still have table 2 to turn in results, table 4 to turn in results, and 6, 7, 8. So everyone that was in the running is still in the running until their results get turned in.
And if there's any ties, it comes down to MOV.
Correct.
Man.
Both these fleets are very good. It's very difficult to think of a way to take apart the Dooku fleet because the Munificent is so survivable.
Yep.
The Requisant can dodge your arcs, and if you really come into brawl with the hard cells, they're hard cells.
Hard cells are.
And they can take a shot or two, and then Slicer.Tools says that they control that engagement.
Yeah, the CIS is just. I think the best ships in the game. The Munificent's the best. Hard cell's the second best. I mean, the brace redirect and evade is so useful on that hard cell.
It is, especially because being a small base, it basically can chuck it
and I
to
don't
cancel 2 dice all the time.
I don't even think the Mooney got to use Watch Hamburger as much because I don't think he wanted to pull them shields off the hard cells. And it still tanked Onager shot after Onager shot and a Kuat shot.
Side shot.
Side shot. It's still close range.
Yes,
With X-Racks, that happened.
Yes, it did.
Man.
Okay.
Yes, John will be playing tomorrow in Worlds.
Yeah. So I will be playing tomorrow, and Ryan will also be playing tomorrow in Worlds Day 1. So I'm excited to be playing, but at the same time, I would also just be exciting to do this. So tomorrow, our team will consist, guaranteed, of Garrett and Ken. Ryan, our other member, is going to be playing in Worlds 2. And our 5th member, Adrian, it just depends on how he does in the qualifier. If he qualifies, he'll be playing. If he does not, he'll be here.
Hanging with the boys.
Yes, he is. So it's one of those things, it's kind of like a win-win no matter what takes place. And that's good for all of us that are here.
Man.
So. Yeah, we're refreshing, waiting for these games
looking for
to
these results
finish.
coming. We've got one of the, I think table 2 still's got to go.
It's gonna be very close at the top.
I'm gonna go take a look. I'll be back.
If you don't mind, if you could also find a judge to find out how much time is left in the round. So Garrett's gonna run off and find out some information for us. So Ken is currently manning the chat. So if you guys would like to talk to him, he is there. You can bother him in the chat, and then you can relay any questions or things to me as well. So we're going to continue this format for the rest of the 2 days. It worked out well, I believe, for us to do the morning section, the first 2 games, as part 1 of a stream. Shut it all down. You guys can take a break, relax from all the stress of watching such close games, come back from a lunch break, and we can finish out the 2 rounds for the end of the day. I believe tomorrow is going to be very, very intense in people trying to vie for position to get into day 2. So I believe top table all day is going to be as good, if not better, than the games that we played here. So the question I just got is how confident of a list, and I'm doing classic what I normally do. I have played my list a total of 0 times, and I finalized it when I was packing it on Tuesday night right before going to bed. I've gone back and forth with a couple of different lists, and I just couldn't find anything I really wanted to play. For those that don't know, I'm not a huge tournament fan because I don't like playing the same list more than really once. That's one of the nice things about the channel is Ken and I are able to get multiple different fleets in all the time. And so that scratches the itch of the part of the game that I enjoy. So I think in like the last year, besides our Madness tournament, and like when I played Gen Con last year, I don't play a list twice. I did a Chicago local tournament 2 in the last month, and I played that list 3 times. So that means like in the last entire year, I think I've only played the same list twice, like maybe 3 to 4 times. So I'm going to go in with it being a challenge, so we'll see how poorly that decision turns out. And if I win, I win, and move on, I move on. If I don't, I don't. And I'm very happy with that. I'm just excited to be able to participate in Worlds, and then being able to stream and talk to you guys the next 2 days. I would be satisfied with that result. You got more information?
I'm back. Yeah, there's like 3 games going on still. So the biggest one is the CR90 Swarm versus the Architens Gladiator Swarm. They're still playing a lot of ships, a lot of activations. There's roughly 25 minutes left in this round, and then there's 2 other games still ongoing. One of them is a SSD versus Imperial Star Destroyer fleet, and another one's another, I want to say Martuk or TF, CIS versus a Rebel fleet. But the biggest one to pay attention to is this CR90 Swarm, which I think is maybe Aaron Ray's fleet.
Which one?
The CR90 Swarm versus the Gladiator Swarm.
Well, that's fine. I believe that's Corey.
Corey, opening that up. Yeah, so Corey's list.
Here, let's just go over this list while we're waiting, because this is a scary list. This is one of the type of lists that I would hate to go up against. It is a CR90A with Kraken. That's Ken's favorite. Linked or turbo laser reroute circuits and Jaina's Light, so you can't land on obstacles, and then you can just, here's a double, have fun. And then there's an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more CR90As with turbo laser reroute circuits. One of them has Hondo, but the rest of them are just what they are. So if he makes a death box and you're in it, that means guaranteed, unless you have evades or something like that, between the 6 of them, they can set 6 doubles. So you're taking 12 points of damage plus whatever else they roll.
At long range.
At long range. And you can do that almost every single turn. So he will just melt a ship straight out.
And he's got Taiki Seltron and 3 Z95s, which are really useful when you need them.
And then a GR75 medium transport with Slicer.Tools and Bright Hope to help kill whatever's in front of him. So
also, the name of this fleet's amazing. It's Cracks of Doom 2.
B.
Yeah, it's a version B.
Let's jump over to his opponent in that.
Yeah, look for this. It's going to be 2 Architens, or 2 or 3 Architens and a Gladiator.
I am blind.
Austin
so that's going to be
right?
Austin.
Yeah.
Let's find Austin on
Number
the
9.
list. Austin is got a Grand Admiral Thrawn list. He has an Architen light cruiser with Thrawn, Director Krennic, and Slave Turrets, so that can put out a lot of damage. He has an Architen then Command with Captain Nina in turbo laser reroute circuits. Again, lots of potential damage. Then a Gladiator 1 with Ordnance Experts, Engine Techs, External Racks, and Demolisher. Lots of damage. With a Gazanti with Hondo, munitions resupply, and boosted comms. So we can just toss all of his ships that are doing damage.
Yep.
The Confire tokens to allow rerolls.
These are pretty good sparring fleets, especially with that squad ball that.
Yeah, and then squadrons on top of it.
Austin has.
So Darth Vader in his Defender, Merrick Steele in his Defender, Colonel Jendon, Zurich Storm, Tempest Squadron, Gamma Squadron, and a TIE Bomber. So if you don't have squadrons, he's coming to take names.
Yeah, if he gets a hold of one of those CR90s, he's going to tear it apart and just move to the next one.
So I will be very interested to see how that game turns out, because that that game may determine who's going to be moving on with the world qualifiers.
Oh, it absolutely will. Where are we at right now? So we've got, but yeah, so we got to wait till we get the final scores, of course, before we can say who exactly is going. But the top field here looking pretty good.
Very much so, bumping up. So there's probably around now 20 minutes remaining till time is called, and then they'll turn in their scores, and then we can figure out who it is that will
we'll
be
hear
getting
the
the
official
world
announcement
qualifier.
from Derek.
So, have you been playing any interesting fleets recently, Garrett?
Myself, well, you told me at that time you got beat up by that dual ISD fleet, and that motivated me just to build a fun Piddick, ECM, hardened bulkheads. One's an ISD2, one's a Kuat with Admiral Darth Vader. Just to fly straight into somebody's
I have a contain and I'm going to use them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
With 7th Fleet Star Destroyers, too.
At the Chicago tournament that I mentioned previously, a lot of people used it as preparation to come to this tournament. So I didn't talk about the fleets or really have talked about it online at all, just out of respect for them. And the first round I did very, very well. I got I believe it was either a 10-1 or a 9-2. It was a big win for me. And then something that hasn't happened in a very, very long time, I got tabled.
Just eviscerated.
Yeah. I was goofing around with a list with Blue Bean Ongnigers because I've never played them before, so I figured it would be fun to be something just to experiment in a local tournament. And when it goes off, it's amazing, but the problem is you don't have much range. And I positioned poorly even though I had full deployment advantage. Sometimes when you have too much information, you make poor choices. And the Star Destroyers pinned me in, and then he had some of the best rolls I've ever seen. It was like accuracy, your brace, accuracy, your redirect, take 7 damage.
Yeah.
And then gunnery teams into the other ship and did the same thing. So it was like 7 damage, no tokens. 7 damage, no tokens. Okay, cool. Same hull zone. 7 damage, no tokens. 7 damage, no tokens, and I was second player, so I'm like, well, when you activate again, I explode.
Yeah, no, it was a fun fleet. And then I paired it with a couple of Gazantes with the munitions, and then the resupply of their engineering tokens. It's good.
Yeah.
I flew straight into somebody's Martuk Munificent list, and I was like, I really don't care. And just double-arced both of them both times. I flew in a box.
Yeah.
Anyways, I haven't flown Darth Vader in forever, and I was like, man, this
Darth
guy's still
Vader,
pretty fun.
if you ever want to just play a fun list, Darth Vader is so much fun. I honestly think Darth Vader's usually one of the funnest lists for me to fly because
no one takes, because he's 36 points, like, oh, there's so many other ways to generate rerolls, but like, yeah, but you can use all these other cards and still reroll.
Yeah, XI7s and rerolls.
Yeah, that's devastating.
So,
but yeah. And if Devastator was a little bit cheaper, I'd throw it on there, but 7th Fleet Star Destroyer is so useful.
Yeah. Actually, the player that is playing, or tabled me, is actually playing today, so we'll have to check up on how he's doing. He said that it's been an up and down road the last time I talked to him on break.
Oh, chat. Hold on. What do we got?
I think Garrett's going to go check out the chat real fast.
Where's my Gar? Listen,
I know. I was very disappointed. We didn't have any Gar or Rebels.
I kept getting excited. Well, you can't see it here, but they've got faction symbols next to the list, and a lot of the Empire ones are labeled Republic. And I was like, look at all the Republic. And then I was like, oh, it's another Empire.
Sometimes tournament pairings just work out that way, and you don't get the matchups that you want. And so usually whenever I come built specifically to destroy one type of ship, it's like 50% of the entire fleets that are there, and then I will not hit a single one of them.
Not one.
So I believe I ended up at Gen Con playing against every single fleet that had an MC30 in it, and the one thing I really didn't want to face was MC30s.
Yeah, and immediately get dumpstered. We did see the new starter sets. I would like to see something equivalent.
Yeah. So we're still just waiting. It looks like that game is still ongoing. I can see it from here, and they are playing. I believe, did Ken run over there to check it out?
I think he's talking to judges.
And seeing where we stand for everything.
Mm-hmm. Time is ticking away here.
It looks like judges are moving in toward the other tables to make sure things are going along, and we won't extend time too much past normal time.
Now, when I was at that CR90 table, it looked like so far all of the CR90s were still on the table and one Architect was gone.
So I imagine that's going to be a very close game. They're both kind of MSU.
Yes.
And if you line it up, all those TRCs almost have less effect because of the other ships having evades. So you can cancel it out or re-roll it. But Kraken is probably going to be a huge influence on how that takes place.
Yep.
Because when you're talking about shooting at Kraken with small ships, having an obstruction of one of your dice on every single shot significantly hurts the amount of damage output that you can do per turn.
Oh, I don't think it's anything about that, Jesse. I think it's just our eyes.
What's the question?
Oh, and I kept thinking the symbols were the other symbols.
It has been a long day.
Yeah.
It was a long day yesterday setting up and making sure everything was operating right. Ken and Garrett and myself were here to, like, what, was it almost 9 o'clock?
I don't know, maybe.
9 o'clock. Then we were like, oh, we could go get a bite to eat, and then everything started to close. And
listen, I should have just went to bed. That's what I should have done.
Ken and I didn't get to bed till after midnight, and then we were up before 6 o'clock to get everything ready and here on time. But this is the life of a convention. There is never enough time to do everything you want. So basically, you just don't sleep.
Yeah. Coffee. Caffeine.
Coffee. I had not a lot of caffeine today. I'm not usually a caffeine person, though.
Well, that's good for you. I get headaches. I'm gonna go check the CR90 table one more time. Just give us some updates.
Sounds good. So let's see. It looks like we're still waiting on 3 tables to turn in their results. That is table 2, table 6, and table 7. I believe that the table that will matter the most is table 2 for final positioning to see who gets those world qualifying tickets, which this has been a grueling day already for these players, and they may have to come back then if they get the privilege to play another 4 rounds again tomorrow against those that have already qualified. Ken has returned and has given me a note. Round ends at 7:45, so we have roughly 12 minutes to go in that round.
All right, so taking a look at that table, it's looking bad for the Empire. They've got 2 Architects down and their Gladiator with a lot of damage. They have destroyed the GR75 and the Rebel Squad Ball, which was the Z95s and Taiku Selchu. However, I didn't see a single damage card in any of the CR90s.
It is so hard to get damage onto CR90s, especially with Kraken when you're shooting at range.
Yep, obstructed.
Obstruction, especially with smaller ships.
So I think that's going to heavily swing for the Rebels.
I'm hoping tomorrow that we get the GAR on stream and the Rebels on stream. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more Rebel and GAR players here tomorrow because of the way that this tournament right now is. we've seen a lot of what I would call DPS, damage per second, or DPR, damage per round type fleets, especially here at the top table with Superstar Destroyers and Onagers and Patriot Fist. And those type of fleets work well if you can table your opponent to get that high score. And with so many limited tickets here, being able to get that top score is very, very important. So we're probably going to see fleets tend more toward that damage than what we've seen classically in tournaments, which is grinding out to advance to the next round. If this was an event that like it was a top 15 cut or a top 20 cut from what we have, or a top 80,
you would have brought a lot more objective heavy
farming fleets. But I think this is just mainly a damage day.
All or nothing, last chance.
Right.
Literally,
that's exactly what it is. So, I think that's what we're looking at, and we're going to go back to what we traditionally expect in tournaments tomorrow.
Yep.
With more rebels.
A lot of intricate play.
Yeah.
Time consuming. Everything matters distance-wise for these tokens.
We'll probably see a lot of games closer to what we saw in round 2.
Yes.
To be honest. Or I could just be wrong and making stuff up, and we're going to be top table.
SSD
tomorrow's going to be
SSD
versus SSD. So.
Onager versus Onager. Speed 0 Raquel.
Yeah. Knowing a lot of the players and having played with them in previous events, and this goes back years now to the last time Worlds took place, I think the competition tomorrow is going to be insane.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see the best of the best. It's been how long? 2019 with the last Worlds?
Yes, it was.
So it's going to be a good opportunity. A lot of people that haven't played together in a long time are going to be able to do some rematches. And, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be great.
I'm just hoping that I do not face someone in the first round that I already know and play normally.
Oh, you're going to face, I don't know, Jack Otto immediately, round 1.
Every single time.
And you're going to roll into, I don't know who next. Nick immediately.
It's going to be just Chicago people for me all 4 games. Well, that is true. Ken's going to be streaming, so at least I won't be facing Ken. So
slip his name in anyways. It's like Harry Potter with the Goblet of Fire.
Somehow Ken is facing me.
Somehow I'm going to face John whether he wants to play me or not, and I'm not in the tournament.
It's going to tank him. He's going to get a 6-5 out of it.
Again. Tank me again. So I'm excited for it. It's going to be a very full, very long day. So.
Man, I'm excited for the results. I know everyone else is.
Again,
we have
now
tired.
8 minutes left in the round, so we might be on the last round of activations for them. Did you notice what turn they were on when you walked by?
I couldn't tell.
Yeah. It's one of those things that, like, we would love to get information for you guys to pass it on, but at the same time, we're not going to interfere with anyone's game because they are here for a reason, and we don't want to disrupt that. It's what makes interesting streaming the table, because you just are kind of like, I'm going to just nonchalantly walk around your table as I glance around you.
But I mean, they're still playing right now, so. Man. Intense fight.
So they are just out of eyesight from us to see what's actually being able to go on at the table, or we could give you like what's going on. A lot of the players have gathered around because that's going to be the pivotal match for deciding most everything moving forward.
We do need to play, Ken, eventually.
Yeah. I believe chat's, my guess without being told, I'm believing chat's saying that some of us should play each other. We would love to do that if we had more time. I've never played Garrett.
No, I don't.
And I've not
played either
played Ryan. And
did you not play Ryan? No,
no.
Ryan played
And
Ruben.
I honestly, our 5th member that was playing today, I also have never played Adrian.
Really?
Yes.
It's bizarre.
I've played Ken. I don't know if you guys knew this, but I've played Ken a lot.
Just a couple times.
So, So one day we need to get you two up here from your far down south state
And get some
into my basement
get
where we
some
have all of our
filming done.
recording stuff and record a match between all of us. We could do our own like tournament format. You guys roll off randomly to see if you catch Ken or me in round 1.
Yeah.
And then we advance to like a bracket tournament, double elimination or something crazy like that.
You guys both know that no matter how we roll randomly, John and I will be faced off in round 1.
No. Garrett
We
and
can fix-
Ryan have to roll to see which one of us they play.
We can fix it.
We're not going to even
We'll
put
still
the
figure out
random chance
some
into
way
that.
where you and I will face off in round 1, just because that would be funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we eliminate that as a possibility, then we'll face each other in round 2.
What about Twilight Imperial? That would take too long right now.
Yeah, so we have now 5 minutes left in the round.
Yep.
To final posting
And
is
they're
going
still
to be
revealing
done.
command dials.
So we are locked in the streaming booth, and the places that they do awards are either going to be in the far corner of the Armada where they can be a little bit quieter, or they will take people over to the main central command booth, if you would, for the event. So we'll probably just talk about the scores as they appear, and maybe send one of us over there to find out what else has happened.
All right, Ken's checking in right now. Coming down to the absolute wire over there. But like I said, there were so many CR90s left.
Yeah, it's going to be very close to determine moving forward here. We've had a lot of good competition today.
Yeah, this is a really tight top field here.
Yeah. So we had a lot of dice thrown into our dice tray today. Most of the damage was done by Colin.
Yeah, and it shows on his MOV.
Yes, it does.
He almost reached 1,000 overall.
Yes, he did. So everyone is gathering around that table to see what is going on.
We got Ken coming back here with a report. Nice.
Okay,
Game just
we have
ended.
word that the game has just ended. Ken is going to wait for the score, and I believe this might be the last game that takes place. It looks like we're still waiting for 2 more tables to finish.
I think they're done. Maybe they just
Well,
haven't
I'm
put
gonna
the
stand
scores
up
in
and
yet.
Spy across the table to see if anyone is still currently playing. The other tables that aren't finished are table 6, which should be right over here, and then behind there is table 7.
Yep, the
Place as well. So it looks like we have now only 1 game remaining, and it looks like, are they starting to tally up score?
I think so. It looks like all
They're
of them
looking
are
for pens to
tallying.
tally up score.
All right, and it's 7:43.
Okay, it looks like we're back.
Perfect.
Sorry about that. We
All
hit
good.
a point that that is a close game.
Nice.
It looks like Corey got 259, and Austin got 165. So that's
Well,
going to be
it's 259, and just Austin got 94.
90. I can't read scores anymore. So MOV of 165.
Yeah.
Not as close as I thought, but still a close game. That's going to keep that grouping, because that was table 2 tight. So we're going to have to wait till all the scores come in and finalize to find out who actually gets that top 4 spot to move to World's actual day 1.
Man, how many players we got left? We had 57 playing today, right? 4 go. Down to, I think some
47.
people dropped off
Yeah,
each round.
some people dropped as the day went on. The convention's a big convention. There are other things to do if you've dropped already your first 2 games.
Yeah, if you get a couple
of the day.
ones. Just waiting for them to roll in.
Yep. So we're waiting now for them to finalize scores and go from there. So we're waiting now for official announcements from our judging crew when the round is finalized and it is submitted. And then we can talk about the event scores. We are very close to that and very close to the end of the stream for today. So I would like to thank everyone that participated with us on stream today. Let's see if I can go off memory and remember everyone's names. This is going to be dangerous. So thank you to Ben. Thank you to
Sam.
Joseph. James.
Is it James or Joseph?
I'm already butchered it. It's all written down over here, and Ken's just shaking his head at me like, why would you even attempt this live? And I'm like, it's a risk take. I've learned today, just keep trying to re-roll dice until they hit. So I'm just going for it.
Right.
So big thank you to everyone of that. Big thank you to our judging staff today. They didn't have to be called over by the players for anything on stream. Our players on stream were very cordial,
yes,
graceful, and
behaved exactly like you wanted to see.
Exactly.
No slow play. Everything was done great.
Yeah, we had excellent games for you guys to check out. And big shout out for us, all of our families at home that allowed us to come to this. So for myself, big thank you to my wife, Riley. She's had a terrible day at home with our son, who now is walking around and is just a complete terror of knocking everything over and climbing over things.
It's that walking phase.
Oh, man. So big thank you to her, and thank you to him. This is way in the future if he ever watches this. Big shout out to Ken's family. Sheila, thank you very much for allowing Ken to hang out with me again and come to this convention. And then shout out to their son as well, who's hopefully watching and cheering his dad on becoming a sportscaster. So, Garrett, do you have any shout outs?
I'll shout out to my wife. She's probably not watching, but you know, she's at home holding down the fort.
But if you didn't say that, someone's gonna tell her.
Oh, that's true. Nah, it's fine.
So, players are just gathering right now and waiting for those final results to be put in to see who gets qualified. So tomorrow we're planning on starting roughly the same time again, which for our first stream, and then we're going to do the same format for the next 2 days of we're going to do 2 games, take the lunch break to that. Then we're going to stream the final 2 days, talk about the events as a whole, and then we'll do it again for the next 2 days for day 1, which we're looking at roughly a 70-person field.
I think
and
so.
Then for day 2, I believe is like a 20-person field, and then the last day will be 8 people that will be vying for Armada 2023 or 22, depending on how you look at it.
World
Championship. So our start time will be 8:45, planned start time for the stream. So we hope you guys come back and join us for that, for all the Armada fun.
All right, they are gathering around, I think. I think everyone's been tallied. We're now just awaiting official results and announcement.
Yep. It's showing that the round is still live, so it has not been completely finalized yet. So we are just awaiting that final scores. So I believe we're going to be looking for probably about 30 points to try to get that ticket into Worlds tomorrow.
Peak over 30, and then who's ever got the highest MOV?
MOV will probably come into effect with this tournament, with how close and how big the battles have been so far. So it looks like players are starting to congregate over to the gaming booth, and I'm going to wait till some of them go over there, but it looks like the round has been, it's still live. So they have to, the judges have to officially finalize it, and then we can talk about the final scores. Looks like Ken is writing me a note right now. So he's going to go check that out and
hopefully get our top 4 winner names.
Yeah. Ken, can you ask them if we can start talking about placement on stream with if they're going to finalize it or whatnot? You know how at this point,
we're moving. We're trying.
Ken and I know each other well enough that when I ask him a question, he knows what I mean, not necessarily what I say. So, looks like all the players right now are leaving the game tables and heading over to the booth to get the final results.
The AMG tournament headquarters.
Yeah. So. Let me operate a different computer here.
Trying to check.
See if there's
For today, 4 will qualify.
Yeah. Looks like they're starting to announce prizes. The field is very, very tight. Let me see if I can access it on my phone. See. As soon as it's been finalized? Okay. So, it has been finalized. So, let's talk through this. Do we want to do top 10 going up and make the suspense build? Or do we want to go top to bottom, do you think, Garrett?
I don't know. We do top 10 up, see what other factions were close.
Right? Okay, so actually, let's do...
Or top 6, top 8. Or you want to go further? Top 20?
I mean, this is a big deal.
Yeah, we do. Let's do it.
Okay, so coming in, Ken's writing a note. Okay, so coming in 20th place, we have Alexander with an Imperial list, and that is 23 points. 2 wins, 2 losses, and 105 MOV. You want to bounce back and forth?
Yeah, sure. All right, then we got a list from John here. It's a Martuk Separatist list with a Providence.
And it's coming in also at 23.
Yeah, the field here, 10 to 20 is a really tight 23 to 25.
Yeah. So then at 18 points, we have Matthew. He's also at 23 points, and he is playing Admiral Ozzel as the Imperial, who I believe I chose as being probably the best Imperial, but maybe not.
And then we've got another Imperial list, Ramadi, SSD. This is Don we saw earlier.
Yes, and he ended up coming in 17th place with 23 points. There were a lot of people at 23 points. And then in 16th place, we have Matthew, who's flying Leia Organa. That is where Rebels, we needed to get them on stream.
With a Pelta.
With a Pelta in his list. And I lost track.
Michael
That's
Cox.
24 points, 16th place.
And then we got Michael here in a Riken CR90 Hammerhead list.
And he came in 15th place with 25 points. Then we have Justin coming in at 14th place. And here we go with Krista Agate. And Agate helped them achieve 25 points.
And then we got our own Adrian. And he flew a really cool Imperial Bomber Kuat list. And he came in 13th at 25 points.
And then for 12th place, we have Aaron playing Agate and scoring 25 points as well.
Then we got Gene Ferrerio, another Imperial Sloan list, at 26 points.
And now we enter the top 10. So top 10, we have Matthew with a Separatist Count Dooku list and comes in 10th place with 27 points.
And we have Austin Herman here, and he had a couple of Architans with a Grand Admiral Thrawn, and he came in at 27 points as well.
Then we have another Matt playing an Admiral Radis list. And ready? They dropped in at 8th place. Do you see what I did there?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they scored 28 points. So we are now approaching the top of the field. And as you can see, the field is very, very close right now.
We got Michael Lysa here, and he had another SSD fleet, Mermati. A lot of SSDs, man. 28 points.
Yep. And then we have Samuel, who we had on the stream with the Moff Gergerod list. And he ended up coming in 6th place with 28 points. And this is kind of where we see the points now jump up when we hit the top 5 players. So coming in then at 5th place.
This is the bittersweet one. Corey, 5th place. He had that CR90 swarm we were talking about.
Yeah, that's the one table that we were paying close attention to, which had potential to disrupt who would possibly get a ticket.
I say bittersweet. 31 points, 4-0 during the day. Just missed it.
With 684 MOV. And it's really coming down to that MOV here. Then in 4th place, we have Scott. Scott is flying a Plo Koon list.
Oh, it is Republic.
Yes.
So this is the first qualifier, Republic qualifier. This is a Victory Acclamator with a C70, and of course Anakin and Arc 170 list.
Oh, that is scary.
Wow.
He came in 4th place with 31 points with an MOV of 809.
That's a lot.
So moving into the top 3 now.
Yep.
We have Trenton. He is flying Admiral Mahdi, and he scored 32 points with an MOV of 664. And
then we got our boy Damon, who's been playing on stream, Count Dooku list, and he scored 32 points at 739 MOV.
And then our winner, who's played twice on stream, Colin, big congratulations. He scored a total of 33 points, which is the highest scoring in the tournament, and he got an MOV of 977, which is the highest MOV that we have seen today.
Outstanding. Yeah, it's 160 more than the Republic list there. That's incredible. Yeah, big congrats to Colin for winning the Last Chance qualifier. But of course, these top 4 against Scott Healy, Trenton Bergman, Damon Jordan, and Colin Looney all get to go to the World Championships tomorrow.
Yeah. Very tight field. I know Ken is trying to grab him to do a quick interview on winning it. So he's going to wait till that all gets announced and ask him if he would like to do that. So we're going to hold on to the stream. So this top field is very, very close.
Yeah, we're talking about the loss of squadrons or a loss of a flotilla that made these points possible.
I mean, the difference between 4th place and 5th place, because they're tied on tournament points, is just MOV.
Yep, 120 points.
Yeah.
1 ship loss in 1 game.
So close. Let's see. Let's go down. So our top 20 were all within 10 points of 1st place. That is a pretty tight field.
Yep.
So you have like 2 people per point if you view it that way, all the way up to the top. And our top players today played extremely well, extremely tight, and were able to pull off big wins.
Yep. This is a big deal.
So that averages out to roughly just over 8 points per round to get into the top position, and just over 7 points to qualify.
Yep.
So
Yep.
we had 8 players. The top 8 were all 28 points and above. Anything on that?
Yep. Absolutely. I know Trenton. Can't wait to tell him congrats as well. And yeah, that's correct. We got some Republic that made it in the last chance qualifier.
So here's a question. Do you think, now that these players have played these fleets, do you think they will switch them up possibly for tomorrow, or just go with what's working?
I mean, I don't want to say per se. I will say some of them are really tuned that they're not going to change them.
Yeah.
I
I don't see Colin changing it.
don't see Colin changing anything.
I don't see Damon changing it. And
I don't know anything about Trent or Scott. I don't know. I
Correct.
didn't get to witness them get to play. But Scott had an 809 MOV. I would say whatever that is tuned.
yeah.
All right. Oh, it looks like we got our winner here.
Yeah. So Garrett and I are going to step out, and you guys are going to be with Ken and our winner today, Colin, and they're going to do a quick interview. So afterwards, I believe Ken's probably going to sign off. So from both of us, thank you very much for tuning in today.
Could be fun. So, all right, headsets on. All right, everyone, I am back here on the air with you. Apologies, I had a couple things that I did have to go run and do during this final round. But we do have the winner of the last chance qualifier here. Colin, congratulations.
Thank you.
One heck of a victory, 33 tournament points. And you actually wound up having a loss in there, too, if I recall correctly.
Did, right at the end. Yeah.
But you still pulled it through and
Yep.
wound up hitting first place. Next closest score was 32, so you got 1 tournament point up above that. So definitely tell us about your day. And show off the medal. I mean, come on,
yes,
folks, check
this
this out.
is,
He wins the
yeah.
last chance qualifier, gets this cool AdeptiCon medal.
And yeah, so it says Star Wars Armada World Championship Last Chance Qualifier Top Overall for AdeptiCon 2023. So that's going on the wall of nerd things for sure.
So talk to us about your day. You actually got 2 of your 4 games on the channel.
I did.
Which is kind of fun. We got to see the
Yeah.
last 2 wins that you wound up doing. But talk about the first 2 games that you wound up
Yeah.
having.
So the first 2 games I spent crushing Rebel Scum. I had my first opponent, super nice guy. My brain is fried and I'm blanking on his name, so I'm sorry. But he flew an AUG-8 MC-80 with Cazares, and he had a Haribol. And I did what my list does. If you guys watch the stream, you know, I got in there turn 2, started messing people up with my Kuat and following up with demo. And the second game was against Justin, and he had an AUG-8 Potato and Cazares as well, and he had a 10 squad list. I mean, it was scary, and he thought that my Ozzel officer was my admiral, and he didn't realize that I had Remoti, and so he deployed on this behind all the rocks like you normally would, and it was bad when he realized that. So I kind of there was kind of like a rainbow of rocks, and I flew the Kuat on one side of it, and I had Demo and the Onager waiting on the other side, and you know, I got the rolls I needed, and his Yavaris activation was pretty disappointing for him. It I think on 8 dice it rolled 3 damage. It was so, and that wasn't even with PDICs. So, and then his potato got stuck on a rock, and then I trapped it with the Kuat, and so his Agate potato kept hitting my Kuat and then hitting the rock, and he had reinforced blast doors, but he kept getting face-up crits that stayed face-up, and so he couldn't get rid of them, and so I was able to table him, and then on that turn 3 game that was streamed, when I saw that it was the SSD and the Onager, I thought, okay, I hope I win the roll and can take first. And he won the roll, and I was like, oh boy, here we go. Then he picked second, and so I still got what I wanted, which was really nice. Mostly because he had boarding troopers, and that was really the tough one. So I went into that game thinking I have to table him.
Yep.
And I thought he's probably got advanced gunnery, contested outpost, and solar corona, because that's what I would take. And that's what he had. And so before the game, before I even knew his objectives, I had kind of decided how I was going to do it if I could play contested outpost. And he only had 2 deployments, so I was really able to line up my ships in a way that let me get a double arc with the Kuat and line up. I needed 1 turn of boarding troopers from the Kuat, a Kuat double arc, Demo, and a Confire shot from the Onager. I knew I needed it, and I got it. The Kuat lived a lot longer than I thought I was going to. He had some bad luck on some rolls, but then his Onager had that huge shot into mine with double accuracies and just super drilled, and I was like, oh boy, this might go downhill fast.
There was a lot of damage rolled in that game, and actually we were talking about it, more damage was scored than dice were rolled. We're fairly positive that's exactly what happened, but it was fun from our vantage point to be able to watch that.
I saw you guys having fun. That was the whole time you were like, it was like you were in a wind tunnel getting just, yeah, it was awesome. It was a fun game, and the last match, you know, I went into it kind of with the attitude of I can't play to not lose. But he had deployed so far away, I thought he was making like a super conservative play, and I needed 6, or I needed basically 3 to advance, and so I deployed in a way where I was pretty confident he couldn't table me, and then if he did decide to engage, I could still kill Dooku and maybe a hard sell and 6-5 my way out of it. Brain fatigue set in that game, and we made insane amounts of mistakes. Like, we forgot to activate ships, we forgot the rift. I mean, you name it, it happened. But you know, all of my opponents the whole day were having fun. Everybody, you know, if there was like a little mistake or like a little take back that needed to be made, everybody was doing that and being really really excellent sportsmanship. I mean, across the board.
We recognize that just from our table and walking around seeing some of the other ones. High levels of class here with all of the Armada players, especially when you're looking at a tournament session like this, where you need to score as much as you can, and you want to take every advantage. It seems to me like it was a very fair tournament for all players involved, and you know, frankly, in this case, you did manage to win. So clearly, we've got some skill and some luck with the dice.
The list needs the spike damage, right? And so I saw you guys. Their eyes get wide when I would kill my officer and grab all the dice. You were all like, oh, and then, but you know, I needed good luck on dice today, and I got it, and it worked out. So, but again, the community for Armada is awesome, and also Derek or Krajniak runs an amazing tournament, and you know, so it's great to be surrounded by so many awesome people. I'm excited to play tomorrow. I feel like maybe tomorrow I'm probably going to run something a little more fun and lighthearted. So this was the big accomplishment, was making it through into Worlds tomorrow. So we'll see what I fly tomorrow, but I'm not settled yet.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing what you do wind up bringing to Worlds, because congratulations, you are now in Worlds and have bought yourself 4 more games of Armada.
Yes.
So you get another stressful day of play.
Yeah.
So again, special thank you to you for participating. You got
Thanks.
to be on 2 of the streams. That comes from the entire Ion Radio crew, and thank you for joining us for the end of our segment.
Thanks.
So I want to make sure that I let everyone at home know, again, we are now done with our coverage for the last chance qualifier. We will be beginning our streaming tomorrow morning at 8:45 a.m. or thereabouts, depending on when we get started. And that will begin day 1 of the World's Championship Tournament. So, on behalf of the entire Ion Radio crew and, of course, Colin, so we've got Colin, and on the crew is John Thomson, Garrett Vance, Ryan Becker, and Adrian Valerie. I'm Ken Krajniak from the Renaissance Hotel and Convention Center in Schaumburg, and we're looking forward to tomorrow, where we do the 2023 Star Wars Armada World Championship Day 1. You've been watching Ion Radio.